Little difficulty. We're starting a little late, but we'll call the meeting to order. This is the Linwood Town Board special meeting for Monday, March 9th, 2026. We'll call this meeting to order at 5:42, and if everybody could please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and Alicia, could you do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Lametti.
Here.
Supervisor Cole.
Absent.
Supervisor Olson.
Here.
Supervisor Henriksen.
Here.
Supervisor Ledke.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We got public forum on the agenda tonight. So we're going to be doing a presentation, but we're going to stay very focused on trying to get through the presentation and working with Abdo. So if anybody has got any comments for public forum, now would be the time to come up and do that. Is there anybody that would like to address the board? All right, seeing none, we'll close that portion of the meeting. We'll move on to business. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the 2026 and 2027 budget and the levy. We'll be working with the contractor, our accounting contractor, on our presentation and the levy. So Ashley, are you prepared to start this or?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll let you take off. You got a really good presentation you put together.
Thanks. I will work through it and you guys stop me if you have questions as we go along. It's really important that you guys understand what's in this document and I will do some explanations. And just let me know if I need to slow down or you need a minute. Super informal with this, but do you guys find it useful if I share my screen or are you looking at the document in front of you or what works best?
Does everybody have a copy of the document or, and do you have one?
Is that the budget memo?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
You've got it up there. Okay. Okay. Yep, we've got it, Ashley.
Okay, so I'm going to dive in on the first page. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to dive in on the first page. So I want to preface that the 2026 and 2027 projected budgets within this document have not been approved by the board, are not something that the board created. We gave recommendations. This is for your reaction and a starting place for us to start this conversation. This is your budget to develop. I am here to help and I'm here to bring suggestions and ideas based on what we do in other communities of similar size and how we recommend approaching the budget process. So just want to be clear, like this is our document that we're presenting to you kind of for reactionary purposes, but also to really start working this process in a really productive way and try to start forecasting out for future needs and really being prepared going into these conversations. So in this budget format, we look at historically, what has the township levied for? And there are two primary purposes for your levy. On one side, we have the operational levy. On the other side, we have the capital levy. The operational levy is intended to fund the township's general operations and maintain those core services at their current service levels. The capital side of it is really to start planning for equipment and infrastructure needs in order to keep those in proper operating condition and really looking forward to the future. So that's kind of the two buckets that you guys have historically levied for. Okay. Looking at the proposed budgets here for 2026, obviously you've approved that levy in total, but you haven't completely settled on the allocation of it. So in this budget document and how we recommend approaching the budget process is to look at what is needed for general operations and kind of drop those in and lay out some projections for expenses. Once we total up the expenses, we do the same side on the revenue and we project out that revenue. And when we're projecting revenues and expenses, we're always going to be a little bit more lean in our projections with revenue because we want to plan for the worst and hope for the best. And our expenses, we tend to be as accurate or maybe even a little bit over just to make sure that we're always trying to be conservative, but also knowing what we know about governments. That's kind of how we recommend like expenses. We either go what we think it's going to be or just a little bit more, if that makes sense. But all in all, we take our projected revenues, our projected expenses, and we look at a couple of years of history, as well as where you're currently sitting year to date. And then we look at your budget. And in your case, you're not looking at 26 budget, you're looking at 27 budget. So we're kind of preliminary because we don't have 2026 year to date numbers. And what we typically see in 2026 year to date that we don't see in 25 are the inflationary things that are currently happening. So you guys are projecting out a little further. With that in mind, we did look at, when I projected out what you need for 26 and 27, I looked at the current 2023 numbers, the year-to-date 24 numbers from your audit. So those are all your audited numbers for 23 and 24. I looked at where we're at 25, and I looked at kind of where the budget was sitting for 26 and what we needed, and projected out 27. So we were looking at multiple years to help project what's shown in this budget. So those are not things that we know are changing. They're kind of based on history of what we're seeing in the township. So that's kind of like our principle. So we look at a couple of years of actuals and a projection for the budget for 25 and 26. I'm going to stop there. I know I talk fast and that's a mouthful. What do you have for questions, or does that make sense on how we kind of do that?
Makes sense for me.
Okay. I throw a lot of information at you, so I'm going to try to actively pause. That's not in my nature. So I'm going to fight against that and make sure I pause to give you guys a chance to
You're
kind of
doing good.
Okay. So looking at the 2027 tax rate, we projected out pretty much a balanced levy and a break-even point in this budget. So if everything stays the same, we would expect a 0.02% increase and your tax rate to go to 21.73. I'm gonna come back to that later in some projections on kind of how we broke down the capital and the operational needs. There's a different chart that I want to go over that with. So in this, the proposed levy would increase about 61,000 or about 3% in 2026. In this budget document, because we have no current information from your county, because they don't have 2027 information available to us yet, we did take some historic numbers for both your tax capacity and your fiscal disparities, which come into play for both of those sections. And in this, based on historical data, we came up with an average of about a 1% increase in your fiscal disparities. So that is figured into these projections, as well as a 3% increase in your tax capacity estimate. So those are all things that help contribute to where you end up with your tax rate and ultimately what residents are going to pay. Okay. I'm not going to go through line by line the key changes on page 1. We're going to look at that in a different way on page 2. So if you guys want to turn to page 2, we'll start to look at what that breakdown is. Okay, so on page 2, again, this is the projection and kind of what we laid out. And so remember, what we do is we take your total expenses for each fund, we subtract out what your projected revenues are, and your tax levy for operational needs has to fill that gap in each fund. So when we project out our expenses, we take out your revenues, we plug in that number to balance the budget to 0, and that's what we plugged in for your levy. So in 2026, when I did your projections for expenses, did your projections for revenue, subtracted out the revenue, the gap for your general fund was $636,190. You'll see later in this document, when we look at the general fund summary, how your budget is now balanced in the general fund. So we always recommend starting with a balanced budget. Okay, so in this document, we're showing $636,000 in 2026 and an increase to about $692 in 2027 for your general fund. So that's your 101 fund. For your road and bridge fund, we're projecting $396,261 and then $280 in 2027. And that fund is going to be 201. The fire fund for 26 is 403,000 and then 400,000 in 2027. And then your police is 368,600 and then 368. Senior and transportation is 78,715. And then 74,000 for 2027. Cemetery is 6,000 and nothing for 27. Parks and recreation is 93,557 and then 93,500 in 2027. And then recycling was 101,169 and then 102 in 2027. I'm going to stop right there for a minute because that ends your general levy for general operations. Those are basic needs, current services that the township provides to its residents. That is the levy that is for the operational side of your levy. Now, Andy was nice enough to point out that there are some capital improvement figures built into some of those departments. Thank you, Andy, for the fine-tooth comb and looking at that for me after I sent it over on Friday morning, and noted that there are some capital expenditures nested within some of those departments that I didn't quite pull out because they were small numbers. I wasn't quite certain what they were for. So within those operational budgets, in all of those funds that we just talked about that I just listed out, there's about 24,000 in 2026, and then roughly 18,500 for 2027. Not significant amounts, not anything that I would change this budget for at this point, because they're not going to fund your major purchases, your infrastructures, your replacement of vehicles and things like that. They're kind of smaller incremental things. And most of them are regarding office equipment and furnishings, other smaller equipment, fixtures and furniture. They're actually things that we wouldn't necessarily consider to be capital purchases. They're not necessarily going to be capitalized for your financial statements, and they're pretty insignificant amounts because that total of 25,000 is broken out into 7 different funds. So they're not necessarily large amounts that we would consider something to fund your larger capital improvement plans. So we just kind of left those to kind of stay status quo as to how you guys have been doing things, just for the continuity of these conversations moving forward. But I did want to call that out, that within those funds, I mean, there's the largest is cemetery at 6,000, and the building department is at 5,000, and then fire is at about 6,000. Everything else is 1,000 to 2,500. So those amounts, even if you spent that entire budget, is nothing that we would consider a capital purchase that we would actually capitalize. And when we're talking capital purchases, those are larger items that we would actually capitalize and add to your depreciation. Questions on that?
Found one of the figures on police, Ashley.
Yep.
Are actuals for 26?
No, the numbers you're seeing for 26 are not actuals. They're just kind of projections to allocate out the 2.1 million-ish that you guys had certified for your levy.
Oh, okay.
So those are just, I literally, John, I just dumped them, like not dumped them, but I went through line by line and went, okay, here was 23 actual, here's 24 actual, here's where we're sitting 25. This is where we're at for the 25 budget. It looks reasonable. That's kind of so if it was $500 in 23, 580 in 24, and then 25, you had like 600 and you had a budget of 500, I'd maybe move that up to like 600. So that's the 26 numbers. That was me going through line by line because I wanted you all to have an example of what it looks like for us to create a budget first and then let residents know by proving out the details what those funds are needed for and what they're funding. So that's why there's an obnoxious amount of detail in here, but it's really important for you guys to understand the numbers that roll up. So in the first several pages of the document that you have, that's going to be the summary of all the funds. But then I created those other details so that you guys really know. And like I said, those are my projections. I know those are not approved by you guys. That's not what you came up with. But due to time and wanting to make sure that you have the best information available, I helped make those projections. I fully expect for you guys to go through that and say yes or no based on the things that you know that are happening in the township that I might not have learned yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you can see, and this is what I wanted to illustrate with this because I wanted this, I wanted you to be able to see, I'm visual. I need to see everything so that it makes sense to me. So if you kind of draw a line, I should have done this because this would have helped me too. If you draw a line below recycling on page 2 of this budget document, the rest of those are considered your capital funds. And those are the ones that we discussed at the last meeting that I was out to really project out those 10-year needs. And I did get something back from the fire department, and I know other departments are working on it, and we haven't had a lot of time to work through that. But those are actually going to be your capital funds that sit in your 400 funds. And once we get things completely clean for your audit prep, I will get confirmed cash balances so that you know where those are sitting. But I also want to continue to work with departments to get an updated schedule so we can start to cash flow those out and see what the true needs are of those funds based on what your department heads come up with for needs for equipment, larger purchases, infrastructure, things like that. We want to just lay that all out. But those capital funds, your capital improvement, it appears to be kind of more of a general capital, road and bridge capital, building capital, fire capital, recycling capital, and park dedication. Those are all in the 400 funds and are considered capital funds. So those are kind of funds that you guys have allocated to in the past. But based on what we're projecting with the total levy that you have available, so the 2120231 with your total levy there at the bottom, that's what was certified to the county according to county documents, the 2,120,231, a little bit further down. Based on that levy certification and based on the projections, we had 36,708 in 26 left over that I just kind of plugged into capital plan so that you could kind of see what that looked like. So that's what's left after we kind of allocate everything out based on projections that are needed for operations. So I just kind of wanted to illustrate like where you're sitting with what we need if we kind of allocate that out where it's needed. Questions on that? I know this is a new process in the way that we're doing it.
Hold on one second, Ashley.
Yeah.
That's covered different. That's. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was in the general fund. That's where it was. So.
He stated that the 0.1 total interpretation of the 2026 numbers, which are not.
The levy,
Okay.
the levy
So that
number is correct.
cemetery number could be a different number.
So let's do this because I don't want to get sidetracked because Ashley's only got a limited time. If you can keep, write your questions down or whatever, and then let's let Ashley finish going through this and then we can circle back with whatever time we have left, if that's all right. Okay, Ashley, go ahead.
Okay. So kind of talking through the total levy, and looking at what is, we kind of kept it stable so that your tax rate didn't go up much. It's 0.02%. So hardly any change in your tax rate. The total levy projections for 2027, and you can see we have about 27,000, and these are just simple plugs, 27,000 in road and bridge and 45,000 in fire capital. Those seem to be the two largest pots of where you guys had been allocating out capital funds in the past. So I just threw those in there. So after you have all of your operational needs met, you'd have the 27 and the 45 that we just projected in those capital funds. So just so that you kind of know what's included there. So that gets us for 2027, which is the levy we're discussing here, including that 72,000 for capital. That gets us to $2,181,500 for the total levy. Now you guys have fiscal disparities in your community. Do you want me to run down what fiscal disparities are, or does everybody have a good handle on that? I know it's one of those topics that's kind of weird and we never know how it impacts us, but do you
I
want me
think
to
you're
run?
better off covering that for us.
Okay, so fiscal disparities, and if I get done and you're like, I still don't know what you said, let me know and I can explain it in a different way. Essentially, what fiscal disparities are is there's a 7-county metro area, and Anoka County is in one of those metro counties that are included. What happens is in those 7 counties included in that metro area that is this group that is made up for fiscal disparities, you have several communities within there that are major industrial, commercial, business related. Their makeup of tax base is made up of more businesses, less residential. And you have outlying cities and communities like yours that have actual more residential area. You're housing more of the people and you're providing more services to residents. And you're getting less tax dollars because you have more residential makeup in your tax capacity, where these larger communities that are made up of more commercial, industrial businesses, they're generating more tax revenue. You all are not seeing a piece of that pie because they're not in your community. You're not collecting tax revenue on those large commercial users. So what they did with this fiscal disparities area is they said, we're going to have every community contribute to this fiscal disparity pot of money. And then there's some very complicated, complex formula that I haven't even tried to understand because the state decides it. They say, okay, your community is made up X% of residential and less commercial. And this community is all commercial and no residential. They give back to the residential areas in a form of what's called fiscal disparities in order to help lessen the burden on your taxpayers because you're housing all these people and they're going into the city to work. So essentially, you're getting some money back from the state that goes into this pot of money to help reduce the impact of the levy to your residents. Does that make sense? It's a mouthful.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yep,
So
thank you,
I
Ashley.
show in here your fiscal disparity reduction because that is a piece of the calculation on what your net tax levy is. So even though you levied 2.18 million, they actually take off 208. And this is again, a projection based on history because the county does not have this information yet. And actually fiscal disparities comes much later than what the projected county information is. But we projected out about 208,000, which is going to reduce your actual levy to get your net levy of 1.9 million. That's the actual amount that goes on to taxpayers' taxes for your community. So that 1.9 is your net levy. Okay. And then the next piece is tax capacity. So as your tax capacity grows, there are 2 different main ways that your tax capacity grows. One of them is inflationary. None of us like that. That's not fun for any of us, right? Because our value goes up. And although when we sell our home, we're seeing the benefits of that. Like if you're in the market of selling your home right now and you had an inflationary increase, you should be seeing that in sales because the county has to justify that with sales. And the other type is new construction. So if there are lots of new houses going up in your area, now you have more people helping support your piece of the pie, so to speak. So inflationary, you all just get a little bigger piece of the pie. New construction, you have more people helping divide out that pie of tax dollars. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so your tax capacity, and I unfortunately have no way of knowing this because we're way ahead. Sometimes the county will provide information, but they don't obviously have that. But your tax capacity in 2026 was 8,815,000. Now, based on historical data, you guys have seen a 3% increase year over year. Actually, you've seen more than that. Some it was a 10% increase, some it was a 7. So I was on the conservative side with 3 and estimated your tax capacity to be right around that 9,079,000 for 2027. Again, an estimate. I'm working off of data that I have. So I took historical data and ran the averages to figure out what we could safely project and what we've been seeing. So with that $9 million in tax capacity, that would bring your tax rate to 21.73. And that's what's in this packet tonight. Okay. Any questions on that?
Okay. So I'm just gonna take a quick step back. I'm not sure I completely understand. Tax capacity, define tax capacity again.
Yeah, so basically, what happens is the county takes all of the properties, parcels owned within your, Linwood Township's, area, right? So they take your whole area and every home, business, everything within your boundaries. They take what all of the value of your property is worth. And it's not based off of, like, if you were to sell every piece of property in Linwood Townships, that's not the number. It's the taxable market value. It's not that either. It's tax capacity is hard to explain. So it's tax capacity is basically what piece of the pie you each pay. So if it's not a 1-for-1 though. So it's hard to explain because it's not like if I say my home is worth $300,000, I don't take that $9 million and divide it out by everybody's home. It doesn't come out to that. There's a more complicated formula, but essentially it's the division of property taxes. That's the number that it's based off that the county comes up with. So that's completely coming from the county, but the county comes up with, this is your tax capacity. And basically, if you were to take your total, and I always relate it to a pie because it's actually Anoka County that has, if you go to their website, they have a great tax capacity YouTube video explaining tax capacity, and they use a pie. So I'm always stuck on the pie because it's a really good video. So if anybody's interested in learning about that, go to Anoka County's website. They have a tax capacity 101 video that's awesome. But essentially what it is they explain it as you take a pie and you divide it up based on whatever portion is your tax capacity for your home. And if you were to divide everybody up in Linwood Township, they'd all have a little piece of that pie. So that total pie is your total tax capacity. And then each person is broken down by their value of their home. But it's not a 1-for-1. It's, if you look at your tax statement and you have your estimated market value, then you have your taxable market value. It's kind of like that, but it's a little more complicated at the county level. Did that help make it clear as mud?
Well, you made me feel better about asking the question.
No,
Because
it's not an easy thing to,
I thought maybe I was,
go to the website because it's much better. Their explanation is way better than mine.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, but your tax capacity and an increase in your tax capacity helps lessen the burden if it's because of new construction. If it's inflationary, and I don't know where you guys are at in your trend of inflationary increases. So you guys probably felt this a few years back. Most every community that we work with are not seeing 25% increases like we did a few years ago. I mean, our property went up 25% in 1 year and we were like, whoa, what's happening? And we went to the county and they were like, we can justify it. Homes are selling. And if you were to sell your home, you would get more. And we were like, oh, but we don't want to pay taxes. So this kind of stinks. But I get, like, they can justify it, right? So they can justify those sales. So the inflationary tax capacity just means we each pay a little bit more. Where if it's new construction, somebody else is taking some of that burden. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So as your tax capacity increases, if your levy doesn't increase at all, which no community has been able to do that because of inflation, typically your tax rate would come down. Although you guys have a nice, reasonable tax rate, and you guys have done a really great job at keeping that tax rate stable over the years. And I'll show you that here a little bit later. Okay, before I move on, anything else on this page?
Good. Everybody else good?
Good.
Yep. Everybody's good, Ashley.
Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about next kind of the breakdown of your tax capacity. We're not going to spend a ton of time there. Again, I included that 3% change. This is just a breakout of how the properties within Linwood Township are kind of divided up in that tax capacity. You can see your largest coming in at residential homestead of 7.2 million, estimated to go up to 7.4 million. Your second largest would be your residential non-homestead. So those are typically your, somebody owns 2 properties, they only get homestead on 1 in the state of Minnesota. So that's the little over 9,000 or 900,000 there. And then 261 for agriculture, and then seasonal recreation at 182,000, and so on and so forth. So this is just showing kind of the breakout and the estimate of a 3% increase. And now let's talk about what residents really feel, right? Because this is what we all want to know. What are we paying on taxes and what does that look like? So if you look towards the bottom half of page 3, We have shown the impact of the proposed 2027 Linwood Township tax levy and tax rate as shown below. So in looking at what a residential homeowner would feel, I'm going to go middle of the road because if you look a little bit down, I was able to get from Anoka County for Linwood Township what the average residential value is in Linwood Township, and that's $333,910. The median residential value, so the middle of the road, is $347,921, so just about the 350 mark. So if you look at a $300,000 home, that's a market value. So if you're looking at your tax statement, you're going to see a market value of $300,000. But the state of Minnesota gives us an exclusion. So they reduce your market value to your taxable market value. And that exclusion changed last year. So it is a little different than we've seen in prior years, but it's at $280,500. So if you owned a $300,000 home in Linwood Township, your taxable market value should be right around that $280,500. The taxes that you would have paid, and I'm gonna be very clear here, this is only for Linwood Township. So if somebody goes home and looks at their tax statement, you need to look only at Linwood Township. That's the only portion that the board or the township can decide on. If you have other school districts or other related tax burdens on your property tax statement, this is only looking at Linwood Township. So I just want to make that clear, because sometimes we'll have folks go home and be like, that's not, I pay $3,000 in taxes. You just need to look at the Linwood Township portion of it. Because if I only had to pay what my township was, my number would be a lot different than what my total tax burden is each year. So keep that in mind. So if you have a $200,000 or a $300,000 home, your taxes for Linwood Township would have been about $600 in 2026. With what you're seeing in the budget, where it sits right now, we'd be at a dollar increase, or it's actually less than $1. It didn't register as a change. So again, I tried to get as close to keeping it as stable as possible to give you guys a baseline to start the conversation. So the impact on us, 500, I just noticed my commercial, we did residential first. So the $700,000 home, you don't get an exclusion. So any property valued over $500,000, you no longer qualify for that Minnesota exclusion. So you would actually be taxed on your full $700,000. And so there we'd be looking at about $1 increase. So again, I try to keep this as stable as possible, so you're not going to see much change. Questions on that piece? It's just nice to know what's a resident going to feel.
Oh, this is good. Everybody
Now,
okay?
one other item to keep in mind is if you have a huge inflationary increase. So say you finished your basement, you put up an outbuilding, you remodeled your garage, you put new siding on your house, the county comes out and assesses, and your inflationary increase in your taxable market value goes up more, you're gonna feel more of an increase because your value of your property is gonna go up. So just keep that in mind. Like if you've done a remodel or the county has come out, our county comes out about every 3 years. If you pull a building permit, they'll be out as soon as you start that building to start assessing. So they're on it. So know that if you do any improvements, you will see a greater increase because your value is going to increase more. Okay. All right, let's then look at page 4. Again, I'm a visual person. So top of that page, this is really just a breakout of how your levy has historically sat. And I was able to pull in, I had a little more room here in your actuals and your budgets and those. You kind of run out of room in this report, and typically we only do a few years, but I just kind of wanted to show the history of kind of how your levy has been broke out. So it's broken out between all of the operational and the capital funds there, kind of that breakout. And then probably more importantly, or the thing that folks usually like to look at, is what is your tax rate done? So if we look at the history of your tax rates, we have 2021 to 2026, and then we included the proposed 27, which is pretty flat. You can see that back in 21, you were sitting just a hair underneath that 25%. And you can see that it's slowly come down and maybe came up just a hair, which is kind of typical. We see it go up and down a little bit, but you're really staying within about a 3% range, which is really incredible for communities to stay that stable. A lot of times, in government units your size, we kind of see it that 5 to 10%, kind of jump around. So you guys have done a really great job of kind of keeping that stable over the years. So, just kind of something to note. And again, these are all historic tax rates from Anoka County. So I was able to pull that all from their website. Okay. Now we're going to dive into the general fund summary. So this is your Fund 101, and you'll see kind of what I was talking about before about a balanced budget. So on the top section, we kind of break out the revenues in kind of some standard buckets. And this is kind of what the OSA recommends and kind of gives guidelines for. So we have some pretty standard pots that we kind of break things into, which you guys in your prior year budget documents kind of followed a lot of this same structure as well. But we rolled everything up so that you can see, instead of looking line by line by line, to kind of keep it higher level and like the overall bigger impact. So you can see the 2024 actuals, and that is according to what your auditors have. 2025 actual, there are going to be some audit adjustments, and Andy and Alicia are both working through some recoding things and just making sure that everything's allocated out perfectly. We need to do that both for audit prep, but also just to make sure that we have things in the proper bucket. So those could shift a little bit, but your bank has been reconciled through the end of the year. So those are your actuals, and there will be some audit adjustments for things that have to be accrued at your end. So some of that will change. Those are not final. But then what your 2025 budget, and then of course that projection that I came up with for 2026, and then the allocation as well for 2027. And then we just show the amount change and percentage change there. And then if we look down, we have the same thing with the expenditures. And you can see we kind of, we followed suit with kind of how you guys have allocated things in the past, kind of in your grouping. So we kind of try to stay true to that so you could see year over year, especially when we're changing how we kind of look at the budget and project out numbers. It was just important that we keep some continuity so that you guys understood where we were making the changes and kind of the direct impact of changes. I will note that the most substantial change in the clerk office staff / treasurer, a lot of our fees were being coded there. So I did project the budget there because we wanted to make sure that we were lining up actual. So that increase is mostly due to just our Abdo contract. All the rest of the expenses, if you were to take that out, would actually show a bit of a decrease. So I just wanted to call that out for full transparency. That's kind of where we're sitting there. And kind of the most important line that I wanted to talk to you guys about, and pardon my cutting off some of the words there, but I just really wanted to try to get you guys one more column of numbers so that you had some additional information. So some of my departments are cut off a little there, and I knew that was going to be the case, but I really just needed to make sure that you guys could have some more numbers. If you look at that excess revenues over expenses, you can see that in 24, you came out 147,000 over budget. And in actuals, it looks like we're at about 16,000. Again, that number is going to change. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. I don't expect massive changes, but it will be tweaked as we get everything finalized. In your 2025 budget, we were projecting 61,944 over, or not over budget, under budget, projecting your revenues up at the top at 664,000, and then your expenses at 603,000. And if you look at 2026 and 2027, you can see that balanced budget that I've talked about. That's us projecting numbers to be a balanced budget. So we're looking again at the total expenses minus our total projected revenues, and then plugging in that tax levy to make up that difference to balance. Okay, questions on that?
That makes sense to me. Because
Just put a note on it and we'll come back to it. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, are we good there? You want to stay
Yeah.
there for?
Yeah, no, we'll come back to it at the end. Let's just get through your presentation here.
Okay, I'm close, guys. Hang in there. I've got
Yep.
just all
Nope,
of
you're
the
good.
stuff
You're
having
good.
fun. I know it's a lot of information. Okay, so in the next summary budgets for all other levied funds. So these are all of the funds that we've allocated some of that levy to. This is page 6 that I'm looking at. We go through fund by fund by fund. So you can see on the left, I've got road and bridge fund, which is 201, building department 215, 225, 232. So we're looking at fire, police, senior center, cemetery, parks and rec, and recycling. So if we go through and you can look each fund by each fund to see kind of how the funds performed in 24, and then where our kind of actuals are sitting, that 2025 budget allocation. And then for all funds, with the exception of the building department, we have projected a balanced budget. It doesn't look historically like you have allocated levy funds to the building department. So I did not allocate any levied funds there because historically we don't see an allocation for that. That's absolutely something we can change if we find it necessary. But we are projecting that you are going to be over in expenses. And as you can see in 2024, you were about 11,000 over. Actual 25, we're probably sitting, a little bit under budget. But in 2025, we're looking at being over budget. And then we're projecting being over budget in 26 and 27. I just wanted to call that one out because you're going to see at the bottom, when we sum up all of your funds, kind of where you come out. So for 26 and 27, if you look at all the detail, those numbers roll up to be these totals so that you can look at each department by total. But I'm going to call your attention to the very bottom of the page where I note all funds. Now this is your general fund, and then it includes all of these other special revenue funds in the 200s. And you can see the actual 2024, you were pretty darn close to even with a $2 million budget. You have a $6,700 loss or change in fund balance in 24, but you're pretty darn close. That's as close as one can get. And then actual 25s, you can see we're coming out a little bit ahead at 190. Again, there will be adjustments. Not super significant, but there could be some. And then for budget 25, it looks like we're showing about a $226 loss. And then for 26 and 27, you can see just about 58,000 in 26 and about 32.5 in 27. Again, those losses are projected in that building department. Every other fund and your general fund, we're projecting a balanced budget. Okay, the rest is very, very lengthy line item detail that I'm certain you do not want me to read through. So I'm happy to field any questions or go through more information, or I've kind of been eating and breathing and sleeping your budget. And so I kind of have learned a lot, and I'm happy to field as many questions as I can.
Excuse me. Can you just try to keep it down just a little bit, please? Thank you. Ashley, so on the building department fund, that's where we're contracting Rum River to do our permitting and stuff, right?
Yes, I believe so. Alicia, is that what you believe as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we went under in 25. No, actuals in 25 were okay. We're predicting to be under then in 26 and 27.
Correct.
And do we know why that is?
We can look at the line item detail to see, give me 1 second there to get to that page to see if there's any one thing that we can pinpoint it to. And again, this is only projections based on what I was seeing for trends. There
Sure.
could be changes that I don't have reflected because I was not aware of certain changes. Plan checking fees, we did increase about $3,000. That's your only revenue increase. And if we look at, let me just glance here real quick to see if there's major things. It looks to be pretty small incremental changes that add up to that. Yeah, it's about $25,000 difference, but there are small incremental line item changes. So there's not like a major item. We could certainly dig into it and get back to you on that, but there's nothing major that that we can pinpoint it to.
Okay.
We did have a small increase to wages in that department. A little bit of increase to dues and subscriptions, a tiny bit to capital outlay, but the majority of it is just kind of smaller incremental changes.
Yeah, 100K was kind of a big swing to me. I didn't know if that stood out to anybody else or not. I was wondering too if it had anything to do with wages, because I think we got wages tied in with some of this too.
Yeah, certainly there are wage projections in there. And again, we looked at trends and kind of tried to project those out.
Okay.
And that's something in the future, we will completely build out a bud wage based on position and help you build some kind of steps and grades in so that we can project that out longer term. Just not quite there yet.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Anybody else see anything on that? Page 6. Communications fund, I had a note on communications fund. Because we don't have it listed in here. Communications is part of general, right?
Correct. That would be nested under the general fund. Yep. And I can kind of point you, like when you're looking through more detail, I did for your general fund, just because I know that your general fund kind of holds a lot of different departments. And that's something that we're gonna work on consolidating a little more and getting a little bit more clarity on, and working with Alicia to clean that up. In the new system, we're gonna kind of combine some of that. But yes, like you've got many things, but if you look on page 11 towards the bottom, I did leave in there for board and residents to know that general fund is really all encompassing of a lot of different departments. And you'll see there's many line items that we're budgeting $10 to $50 for. We typically will work to combine those things because you're spending more administrative time to allocate those out to $10 in a specific fund. We're really working to consolidate a lot of that and build some clarity around what truly gets coded here. If you look at the multiple pages of general fund expenses and you kind of look at the total, it's a lot of accounts for what you're actually putting in the budget there. So you can see the communications allocation down on the bottom of page 11. I left in those categories in so that you guys were aware of this is what the actual department is. Without that, all of the other descriptions of the accounts really don't mean much without having those departments and that division.
And that one will change future forward with the
Yeah.
website. I mean, the data is based on what we have right now
Right. Yep.
with the savings there that'll come forth.
All right, thanks. Any questions from the board on where we're at?
No.
All right. All right, do you have more, Ashley?
No, that's all I have for my presentation. As far as big picture, I mean, like I said, I could ramble on with line item stuff, but I'm certain nobody wants to hear that. So you're welcome to look at the detail, and if you have follow-up questions, reach out to Alicia and I can certainly help dig into what's been coded there. I'm doing my best to learn this as quickly as I can and make sure that I can give you valuable information. So I probably did a little bit overkill on the detail, but I wanted to make sure that you guys could see the information in a way that you were used to seeing it so that you knew kind of what we were carrying forward. And then we'll kind of roll this up, and like we've talked about in previous meetings, we'll do a crosswalk so that you can, see what was kind of this year to 27 and then into the new system. So we'll change it moving forward, but for this year, for this first year and in changing the process of the budget, I wanted that continuity.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hold on one second, Ashley. So, audience, did you have a couple questions or points of clarification? If you can have one person represent you and come up to the microphone, otherwise Ashley won't be able to hear you. There's just a couple questions from a few audience members.
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer anything I can.
Hey, on page 5. on
Yeah.
the-
Name and address first, Sam. Sorry.
70601 Lake Drive. On page 5 at the very top, actual 2024, it says the revenue from property tax is $25,000. And then it goes up to 543, 550, 636. So it just would seem that the numbers from 2024 are like it was a typo or something in that particular column.
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I have an answer for you for that. And thank you for asking that because I forgot to point that out in my presentation. So the way that it was grouped in your audited financials and the way that it was grouped in prior budget documents that I pulled from, it for some reason was grouped with other financing sources. So I was pulling based off of audit numbers. So to follow the audit completely through, that is a great question. The other financing sources, that bottom line is actually your property tax levy. Thank you for noticing that. It is not a typo. It is how it was grouped in your financial statements as far as how I pulled it from your auditors. So it looks goofy, but your tax levy is actual other financing sources.
That would still only be 350 compared to what we're forecasting to be or actual 500 and 600. That's still a pretty big discrepancy.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
you
it-
took the
Andy-
other and added it to the property tax, it still only equals 330,000, but in 2020, 1 year later, it was 543. So somehow it went up $200,000 in the next year. And I realize you weren't doing the 2024s. I'm not trying to accuse or anything like that. I'm aware you didn't do it, but
Nope, and you know what? In the 2025 actuals, there is a good possibility, but it still is projected to go up to 550 in 2025 for the budget. So I
well,
can.
that's actual though. That's not
So
projected at that
let me
point.
interrupt for a second. Andy, did you want to offer an explanation?
My interpretation of it was that 300 was the shortfall from what we transferred from road and bridge. The board did a resolution in the late 24 and moved $300,000 from road and bridge capital
Okay.
to the
so-
general to make the general solvent because it was missed in the projections that year.
So then that would have nothing to do with why the 25,000 is so low, because you're saying that 300,000 is road and bridge. This is revenue due to property taxes. So if you're saying that 300,000 was the road and bridge error or whatever, then that makes that number way much further off then.
Don't confuse it with road and bridge. What it was that some CDs were accidentally accounted for in the general fund. And when it was identified by staff, they brought it up because they had to remove it and it put us at a negative balance, negative 40-some thousand dollars. So we had to figure out how we were going to fund general fund, and we chose to move $300,000 from road and bridge over. It wasn't a road and bridge thing. It was to cover and give a positive balance back into general
Then
funds.
where would the revenue be from the taxes that is only 25,000 instead of 500,000 that actually came in the next year? If that 300,000 was to cover a shortfall, that still doesn't explain what, and again, I'm not trying to make it go back. It just seems like maybe the bottom line isn't right. So we now say there's $147,000 loss in 2024. There probably wasn't, because somewhere this property tax revenue is missing. And then 2024 was not such a dire year. Or was, I don't know if it's an overage or shortage or whatever, but it's 147,000 as opposed to none of the, now we're gonna come in at zero. So I'm thinking that's part of it, is because that number somewhere, whether it was the previous treasurer, I'm not trying to say it's,
Right.
but somewhere that is not a number to carry into the future. That should be cleaned up for future records, because if in fact we should have revenue of 500 and some thousand and we have 25, it can't go into the slush of shortfall.
Sure. Ashley, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I can offer up kind of so whenever I see anomalies like this, and like you said, we weren't here, and those are your final audit numbers, so we cannot make any adjustment to the future. My guess, and this is solely a guess based on the information that I have and that I'm looking at, if you look all the way at the bottom of page 6, we actually only had a $6,700 loss. So my guess is the allocation for the 2024 budget wasn't allocated the same way that we are currently allocating it. So as Andy spoke about, that makes total sense that you guys maybe didn't have enough allocated to your general fund in 24. And when the auditors, at the end of the year, when you're audited, you cannot have a negative cash balance in a fund. So the board has to make a recommendation how to resolve that. That makes total sense why it's in other financing sources, because it was a transfer from a different fund. And that's how they would categorize it. So it's possible the original allocation was out of whack and you just chose to make a transfer to true it up. But if you really look at the bottom of page 6, when I come into something and I don't know the history, I really look at end of the year in all of your funds, you only had a $6,700 loss. So me coming into this process, I'm looking at like overall, here was your tax levy year over year over year. We're not seeing a major change in your tax levy. Andy, what do you have to add?
That's exactly it. The what was put into that fund out of the taxes, it said we only need to put 25 to make that fund balance work. And by doing the projections and doing things later, that's why it's so spot on, because that action and activity didn't take place until October of 24, the end of the fiscal year, to where we could actually say right on the nuts, yeah, just transfer this and that balance will be good. And that's what happened.
And that is the exact reason why we want to project out numbers and try to allocate out the budget from the get-go with a tax levy, so that we're not reacting later, we're preparing and we're adequately funding things. So just in looking at the blank numbers coming into this brand new, that's my guess. And Andy, if you remember historically, that's what's happening. That's why we're seeing that change.
Still makes us $200,000 off from the next 2 years. That's the part that throws me off, and that nobody's really that concerned, because if it's called property tax revenue and it was just slushed somewhere, somebody should be looking, where did that property tax, where does it come from initially? What makes up in actual of 2025 of 543? What made that up? Somebody should be going back into 2024 to say, where did those deposits go? Because if they're just in the slush, we're still $200,000 off. This isn't like, well, we're only off a few. And yes, maybe bottom line comes in great, but maybe it should come in greater, because again, that's a huge number. That should be a red flag. Something's wrong.
If I share my screen, you guys, can you see it? Because I can show you a visual that's going to help clear up that. If I share it, will you guys be able to see it?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to send a request because I'm not allowed to share right now. Who's got control?
I have it.
All right, this is going to be super messy. Guys, it's a spreadsheet, and I typically don't share spreadsheets at meetings, but this is going to help you overall. Because this number, we don't have room to show this number. So I highlighted this line in yellow. This is my workbook. It's super confusing to look at. But I want you to see historically, I want you to pay attention to this red column right here. Can you guys, or I'm going to make it orange. Can you see this, or should I make it bigger?
Make it a little bit bigger so we can
Okay.
see what you got.
Let's move over here. And I'm going to hide a few things. I'm going to freak my work paper out here, but I'm going to hide a few things and then I'll unhide it so that you guys can see it. I want you to see the dates. All right, let me make this a little bigger yet. All right, do you see this where it has 2021 through 2027 here on the left?
Yes,
And you see these total levy numbers.
yes.
So overall, your projected tax levy, I'm talking big picture now. So you gotta stop thinking about department, because I'm the same way. I'm like, no, but your general fund changed. And you are correct. In that budget document, it does look that way. But overall, your total levy in 24 was 1.9 million. Then it went to 2,076,000. Then it went in 2026 to 2.1 million. And now we're at a little bit more in 2027. So overall, your tax revenue came in. Now let me show you the next narrative when I unhide this. So if you look at 2024, the general fund was actually, and this is me pulling historic documents. This is not perfect for what the board approved. I wasn't showing it on the document, so I moved past this information. I pulled in what made sense from the documents I had, and I moved on because I knew I wouldn't be able to show you it. But I'm going to work right to left, which is completely backwards. I get that. This is your total levy for 2024. The total was 1.9 million. These funds here, your capital improvement, road and bridge, building capital, fire capital, and recycling capital. So your general capital, you guys had allocated right around 25,000. Your road and bridge had 575,000. Building was about 60. Fire capital was 100,000. Recycling capital was 10,000. And then we go over to your operational here. Recycling had 105. Parks and Rec had 81. There was 3,000 in cemetery, 50,000 in senior center, transportation, 316 in police, 315 in fire, 309 in road and bridge. And the general fund was actually left in a negative, and this is how it was allocated. Now, I'm not saying that -21 was how it was allocated. I didn't perfect those numbers because I didn't intend on showing those tonight. But I want you to know your overall levy. So whatever pot of money it went into at the end of the year, you almost came out perfect in 24. So your total overall levy, it has been very consistent.
It's just an
That's all.
it's just an allocation thing, isn't it, Ashley?
It's
It's just-
100% an allocation. It's if you take 10 pots and you get to decide what goes in each pot, you guys just allocated more, a substantial amount to road and bridge capital of 574,000. You must not have used that, or you had plenty of reserves. So
That
when
is
the
correct.
general fund came up short, that's when you guys authorized that major transfer, which now makes sense to me why it's categorized as other funding sources, because there was no tax levy allocated to the general fund, or very little.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the reason why we're trying to change the method in which we budget. So we want to make sure that we are getting the basic needs met and then looking at capital. Even though those are absolute needs that we have, I'm still looking at the overall levy. And if you look from, I believe this is 2021, let me hide that again. Yeah, if you look at 2021, we were at 1.7 million, and then 2027, you're up to 2.18 million. So your overall tax revenue coming in did not change significantly year over year. It's just the pot of money that you allocated it towards. And
Is
that
it is it
Yep.
possible that we'd see something similar for 2025 when this is all said and done? Is because we had multiple people doing allocations throughout 25, so there was no consistency there. So would we possibly see the same thing?
that is a good possibility. And just I mean, between what Andy was able to give me from board meetings and what Alicia was able to find and what we were able to sift through the system and find, I have found about 4 iterations of that allocation. And so I did my best at allocating it out with the last version of what Andy had sent that the board had last discussed.
Okay.
So it is possible, but we're really hoping for 26 and 27 to really work on those allocations for what the needs are to balance each fund, and then use the leftover for capital, and then really start to build out those capital plans. Any questions on that piece?
No, I think we're good. Sandy, did you have another question? I think you had 2 or 3 that you had brought up.
The page 2, under the 2026 levy, it
Mhm.
says 2,120,000, but the actual should be 2,100,000. So the numbers up above need to be adjusted because the amount that was passed at the meeting was 2,100,000, not 2,120,231.
So actually, according to the county, it was 2,120,000 because it includes the watershed district. And in order to go with what is certified to the county, I did need to include that because that is how we get to your ultimate tax rate. If I exclude that.
Previous ones would not have. The previous years would not have.
So according to county records, it did. I pulled
Well-
directly from Anoka County's tax documents that were certified.
That's interesting because the other numbers match exactly what the minutes say as far as what's we're showing on our papers. We are not doing the watershed. I'm not gonna fight on that one. However, it should have been 2,100,000 to be consistent with everything in the past.
Well, we don't know if what was done in the past was done right either. I mean,
Well, they
there's-
match every one of them. No, I'm saying from the numbers that you give to us.
Right.
All the numbers that have been provided to the residents match the exact amount that's voted on at the meeting. This one does not, but that's because you asked the county for something, but the amount that the people believe is being levied is 2,100,000. And so if the watershed's in there, somebody should go back in all the past ones and readjust, because otherwise you're not comparing apples to apples. You know, If maybe in the future it's gonna be this way, but it should be a two-line thing. This is what the people voted on, and then watershed equals this, and that's where we come up with the levy.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you can see the screen here, so this is the report that we get from the county that shows what the final certification was with that final tax amount there.
And in
So-
previous years, it always was added onto it as well, or
From
you don't
what
have previous?
I did look at a couple years previous, but it wasn't relevant to this conversation and I had limited time, so I needed to show what your tax. So at first I did start with your 2.1 million because that's what, that is what the resolution that's certified to the county is. I'm not certain how it works on the county side. I didn't question. I looked at what the final certified was to see what they had as your tax rate. And then when I tried to back into your tax rate to make sure I had everything included, number one, I found this fiscal disparities, but then also two, had to include that watershed in order to get to match what the county has for tax rate.
Did you have your
Okay.
third question?
Well, one was, okay, if in fact the cemetery is somewhere else, then up on page 2, it says the 2026 levy is $6,000 for cemetery. But since you actually haven't adjusted the 2026 levy numbers all the way, that 6,000 should come out because you're saying we're not recording it that way. So that the 2027 levy is going to be 0 for cemetery because you're throwing that in more of a general type fund. Then the 2026, that 6,000 should come out of there, which won't decrease the levy. I understand that, but it'll get it closer.
Sure, I see what you're saying.
Again, if we're gonna say, well, we levied for that, then the 6,000 of that expenses should have gone into the actual, otherwise you're not comparing actual to budget ever to say we are right or we are wrong. And then there was that one.
And I can speak to that real quick, just so that residents are
Go ahead.
clear on moving forward. So, again, I went with I wanted you folks to be able to see what you've seen in the past, and we are not far enough along in the implementation of the new software that the board has decided to invest in. As soon as we get that up and rolling, you're right on track. Exactly what you said. We're going to be doing a lot of cleanup, and we're going to have strictly operational and take all of those smaller capital things out of there if they need to come out. And you are correct. Instead of having cemetery under the general fund, we're either going to make it its own department under the general fund and then it all moves to the general fund, or we will move it all to cemetery. I can't speak to that right off the bat because I don't trust my memory to remember what we decided, but that's exactly what we are going to be working on moving forward, is really putting things that belong in the general fund and then keeping either cemetery separate or only in the general fund. So one or the other, so that we don't have cemetery under the general fund and then cemetery on its own. It shouldn't be both places, but we're making that fix in the next upcoming year.
Okay, then my last one
One
is.
second. Andy, go ahead
Just
first.
because of the way it floors out, that is cemetery capital. It just gets
Yeah.
the way it's put up there. Cemetery lives in the general fund with wages, equipment, landscaping, all of that. So that is truly, it just
Capital.
looks like it flows different. It's capital. It should be down with the other capitals, but the way
Why not?
CTAS puts it out, it puts it up
Well, I know
there.
you took it out of capital, but there used to be a budget for cemetery because they'd say,
And
how
there
much do
is.
we spend on mowing comparatively?
So that's what I'm saying. Cemetery is in the general fund on page
Yep, I was just looking that up.
12. You'll get all your cemetery costs to
Okay.
run the cemetery.
Okay.
The one line you see there is capital.
And then the last one would be on page 6, under building department, second category down, under revenues, it says the budget for 2025 was 31,000. Obviously, there's no way that could be right because that's saying we only took in $31,000 or planned on taking $31,000 in for building permits. And you can see historically that would have been nowhere near. In the future, it's nowhere near, so that number is off by quite a bit.
Yeah, and just
$100,000.
in historic documents, there was nothing in there for me to pull from. So there was nothing allocated, like there was nothing so I mean, I would agree with you wholeheartedly that does not make sense because in 24, there was 72,000, in 25, there was 109. but the 2025 budget was already,
The 142 in 2025 actual.
oh yeah, sorry. I was
Over
looking-
100,000 off.
Yep, so yeah, so we're budgeted on every other row. So I'm looking at page 16. If you look at 16, sorry, my brain just jumped ahead. The number that we missed in the projections, or that was missed in the projections from the document I was provided, there was nothing projected for building permit revenue, which is the absolute top line. My apologies, I should have told you where I was looking first. So that there was no number in the documents I got. So I didn't want to plug something in there and speak for the board because that document was provided. And so I simply carried forward what was in that document. So I would agree with you that that looks way off because there was nothing projected in that document that I got. So yes, the 2025 budget does look very skewed. There's just not a projected number in there. If I had to give it a number, I would guess around the 110,000. That would get us closer.
But shouldn't that be adjusted so that it's more realistic? So the budget comes in more so that we know what we truly budgeted on the bottom line, because if we're $100,000 off on revenue, it's going to look like we made 100,000 less. I just feel like I understand you haven't had the time. I'm not trying to, but it's just like, those are numbers that should be corrected for the future, because again, it's going to look foolish to say we only thought we were going to take in $31,000. And even if someone made the mistake, there should be an asterisk with a note or something that this is that far off. And typically the revenue and expenditures should be somewhat close, because as you were saying, we're going to be having shortfalls. By statute, you can't have shortfalls.
Correct.
Your income has to cover your expenses. So those numbers need to be much closer. Literally, if we came in kind of close to what this said, the state could come in and shut us down. So
yeah, and to your point, there's actually a statutory requirement that the board or the township would have 35 to 50% OSA required reserves to fund your operations.
Right.
You are 100% correct on that. We can absolutely do a budget amendment. My focus was not on 25, but we could certainly work with the board to do a budget amendment to 2025 to make that a little more trued up.
That will make it easier for next year too, when you're looking at what it looked like if you have it updated.
Yeah, and that's something that we certainly can put on our to-do list to work with the board to make an amendment to kind of true that up, to just make it look more realistic. That's a great point. My focus just was on 26 and 27.
Sure.
But no, that's all great information. And I appreciate you asking the questions because it helps guide me on what's important to residents and knowing what to present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. All right. Board, anything else for Ashley? Or would you like to go from here? Any more questions for her?
Present and start the dialogue. This is huge, and I can't thank you and your team enough, Ashley, the time you guys have put into this and going through looking at getting us on square one, starting with just a different approach to be able to get us to where we can start looking at stuff and then moving towards where we can start setting this, hopefully with more information.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. And my apologies, guys. I'm not going to make the trip out tomorrow. I was hoping to be in person, but we've got the influenza B circulating in our household, and I really don't want you all to be exposed to that. So we had to cancel my daughter's surgery because she's got influenza. She's not a happy camper, but it is the season, I guess.
Yep. Nope, that's okay. You can keep it there. We'll be okay.
Yeah, I don't want it, but it's here, so I guess we're keeping it.
Well, Ashley, this was amazing. And just to echo what Andy said, it's the amount of time and effort that you guys have put in and putting us at such a high priority with your workload. It's so greatly appreciated by the board and the township here. So thank you so much.
Yeah, happy to help. And if you guys have some questions surface, I can jump off if you guys don't have anything else. But if you have questions surface, get them to Alicia and I'll do my best to kind of be prepared for that tomorrow night as well.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
All right, have a great evening, everybody.
Thanks, you too, Angela. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So we got some new numbers. I don't think I brought my copies of that spreadsheet that you presented the other night, Andy. Do we want to work off from that?
That I don't have that here. That was just projections to make sure we're covering all those extra costs, which what I see, we got, this is balancing the budget funds. Doesn't mean this is what budget, the fund balance is not, doesn't mean that's what the budget for each thing is. It'll just come down to, I know the road and bridge one, that one we were putting away heavy, like to speak and clarify that was being put away heavy with capital, with the anticipation of Martin Lake Road, at which point the grant was awarded. So now you have these extra funds. You either keep them in capital and go down to project number 2, or in this case, because of that clerical error on the general fund, they had to be moved out. I don't know of any other capitals that are sitting healthy into what Ashley noted, not having all of them in from departments to know what is being projected or planned.
Well, we know that the capital was pretty much stripped for 25, except for road and bridge and fire. So we didn't put anything away in 25, we didn't earmark anything for capital in those areas. So we're already behind a year on that stuff. So is this what Abdo prepared, or where'd this come from? Do you have any idea? Got a 27 projection on it.
I think this was from the annual meeting. This one was, I think, the one that you sent her, just a screenshot of the annual meeting one. We'd have to verify. Without seeing the dates on the file in the corner, I don't know.
I don't even know if these are.
Because this to me is what it looks like that's usually presented at the annual meeting. And again, for clarity, we were talking budget tonight in terms of balancing fund balances with the budget. And that's a budget proposal there. No, those numbers were not reflected in this. And again, to balance out each budget fund, like she was saying. There's still the work of what comes out of each one for, should it get cut, level of services, all of that. So for example, Well, like Supervisor Olson was speaking with the police, you know, that we have a contract. That's like in 27, we know that's gonna go up, but we don't have that number.
Three,
308 or something. wasn't it?
316, 542. Yeah, yeah, it'll,
Yeah, maintaining the level that is reduced to.
yeah, I mean, that number, I mean, if we start dissecting down, the proposed 27, levy. You know, based on, police's estimate, they said it could go up anywhere from 4 to 6%. So if you figured 6%, it puts you at about 336,000. Yeah. Yep, so that's over a little bit.
Correct. And that's what this is reflected off of the original projection sheet. Not actually what could be done. No. Well, she's did, and she still had to balance what we had for the other funds. And yes, fire could come down. General probably has to go up. Senior. Seniors up a little bit based off of 24, 25.
So on your, this I think was from your board packet that you presented last week that we had up on the screen there. That look familiar with the green on the right? Cause this is, 25 budget, 26 budget. This is based on the numbers that the board put together as a group, right? Everything that's in the green,
It's the all in
all in.
of if you wanted everything.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna end up with that big number. Oh, 4.6 mil.
Well, that's again, it's not budget, because if you look at past, that's how it. I guess if we're gonna pull this out, we probably shouldn't have let her off the call. The budget versus the fund balances versus revenue are all different buckets to be looking at. Like she just said, that cookie jar and that pot. That's why we were able to just say, this jar is full, move it over to here. At the end of the day, there's still one big pot the town has that the town is funded. It's a matter of which one you're putting it in. That's if you put capital away at those other things, whether you do that or not, that's for the people to decide. This is probably a good example of why we do need more money because our computers don't even have what we need on.
Yeah.
Yet you're using your personal
Yeah.
to show what we need to see.
Yeah, I mean, we want a copy of it. Wow, kind of. Well, so where do we want to start here? Because she's got numbers here for the proposed 2027 levy. And going through the details in it, some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. If we wanted to do this, I was trying to figure out a way of saving time, but if we start with what she's proposed and we go through and we look at the specific numbers, that would tell us whether to increase or decrease and by how much. Anybody have another process that you think would be more efficient?
And understanding expenditures versus revenues versus reimbursements. So if you look at an account that has, you know, we have to track everything through the budget and through the disbursement. You could take in revenue from another source. That revenue doesn't necessarily reflect that fund all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it comes back to the general fund or whatever, and that's the coding that Alicia's reviewing. We're going through stuff, so like just saying this is what it cost. Well, you got the generator in like the general one. So you had $50,000 that looks like you spent last year on something and you didn't because we got that money from the county.
Sure.
So in case in point, when you lock in saying you spent this much in this department, that's where the line items come into play. But yeah, you look at actual versus projecting out in 26 and it's jumping up. You can definitely cut.
I
But
know
you'd be
that
cutting what it went up by or what the service or project was.
So that answered some questions, but then again, process. Because we got, like you said, if we look at page 5, that's got the revenue and that's got expenditures. And these, the detail she put in here is as close, it sounds like she consolidated some of them, but it's as close to the way we've done it in the past, right? That's why we have like 5 or 6 different line items that all are stated the same.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep. Right. Oh, the list that she has on page 2 does not line up with what we had that we worked off from.
No, she was using CTAS still. She couldn't change reports. In terms of the columns.
Yeah,
Page 2.
well, yeah, of the rows. I mean, because we got general on ours, road and bridge, fire, building department is missing off from operating on her list. Building department, fire, police, senior center, parks and rec, recycling. So there's one missing there, which is building department. Under capital, we got general capital. She's got capital improvement. Road and bridge capital is the same, building capital, fire capital, recycling capital. Senior center is not on hers, was on ours.
Because I split them. To be clear, when you say ours, I don't want to mislead the public. That was me sorting that for visibility purposes because senior and parks is buried in the general capital.
Right, and cemetery.
Cemetery is not. Cemetery was up above, like it is right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
And I
Yes.
pulled it down and I put the gray line to show everybody, here's your capital stuff. So that's not Abdo. That was me for visual for sorting and doing this because historically over time, those capitals have been missed or not allocated properly because they're buried in one.
Mhm.
So hers, she can't change because this is what comes out of everybody's favorite system, CTOS.
So do you want to start with that list that she's got on page 2 and then work through whether we agree or that feel that that number needs to go up or down? I mean, I don't want to go through the same thing we went through and spend
No,
100 hours doing here this spring. So, and we're gonna have limited time. We're staying here until this is done, but we got to do this more efficient than spending hours on this thing. Well, we need to, in my mind, we need to go through, because we've gone through this exercise of figuring out whether well, I think it's the one that's on page 2. That's more consistent with what we've presented in the past. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The chart that we would have that goes back further, but I'm just working off from the 2027 numbers that she's got in hers. And then that can be put into the other one, right? And then that would be put into the
the previous years will be on tomorrow's because that's in the slideshow how it was. You just keep dropping those columns off.
You'll have, with the same
they'll have the previous 2 years, or the 24, the 23 will be on that. Yep.
Which again, as John was saying, the 20.
Her list isn't reflecting. This is the hard part. And if somebody can see something that I'm not seeing, say something. I mean, we just received this a couple days ago, hers. And we've been working off from something somewhat different. And I'm trying to figure out how to mesh apples and oranges together to make sense of this. Even Sandy's comment about trying to get back to the same list that we had used before, that's because they're a little bit different. I'm trying to figure out how we get to that point. And we don't have it broke out the same as hers though. Right.
Yeah, that's just what the fund is called in CTAS. And that's the name of it. Oh, you're talking the operational line items?
Top of page 2.
Yeah, and so that example is a good one in the sense that it didn't capture a lot of budget impacts. You're gonna see that on revenue because we're gonna sell the van. So the overall the admin of that program would go down slightly, and that's really what's taxing the senior coordinator is having to deal with phone calls, and then volunteers don't show up for the ride. Now the people are calling her and complaining they didn't get picked up, and then so that little admin would get repaired, but it's not so much a impact, it's program impact. But their time and energy reduces, but it's the revenue from that vehicle that would actually be the offset. I mean, it's an ADA equipped van. It's got upgrades to it, so it's still revenue.
So I don't have the other sheet that you're looking at. I have it at home, but we got proposed 2.181. What did we have on that? What did Andy have?
For the overall,
Yeah,
I don't think you wrapped everything up. I think you just had the details by department, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I can't give that because I didn't have fund balances. That's just the operating. She's got captured as the fund balances to net those out. That's why some are more, some are less. It's for reasons and exercises like this that I continue to propose that this gets pushed further into the year, because we are gonna see expenses that we have not captured, and then we always just adjust to what's in front of us.
Right.
And you cannot. And that's exactly why that one came out spot on, because it was at the end of the year and you set the budget pretty much. That's what we did, actually. We just set the budget at the end of the year when that shortfall was there.
So how did her numbers don't capture the, or do they capture the changes that we made when we were figuring out our staffing? Was that based on,
That I don't know. I'm not, this one here is on historical. She's not off. Let's be clear on this. I don't have fund balances. This was me saying, if we want to continue this, this is what it is, not a board decision, not anything. I presented numbers. I came with them myself.
Think of it like this, but bottom line, people are not gonna vote for you to get a 20% increase. So basically, you probably need to figure out about 1% increase people are gonna even be able to swallow or tolerate.
We're,
Because people are not gonna say, of course the township can have a third. If your numbers were at 4 million, they are not gonna say to have a 30% increase. I mean, you have to be realistic on that.
correct. So moment of clarity. It's not going to 4 million. That it's not what it is. So, but you understand though, that it's also more than that every other time too in the past years. So that's just to be,
They were not decreased at all. I pulled up, I went through all the minutes, I pulled up what passes the levy. And Vitality was actually one making most of the motions, and they got exactly what they wanted, then it got decreased. And you know what, we're still over, if you started in 2019 with the levy, 2019, and you did.
So if we look at these line items, general levy, the proposal is to go up 55,810. I'm guessing that's based on some of the capital information that she had probably gotten. Or not capital, but the sheets that she'd gotten from us. Road and bridge is a decrease of 16,000 from 26. It's in regular operating. I know. That's one of those that I struggle with. It's like, yeah, yeah. On road and bridge, we know that salary is gonna go up from the actuals from 25 because we didn't have the second person. So we know that's gonna go up probably at, I'd say at least. I'd say we don't know what we're gonna be able to hire somebody at. But I don't wanna go through another year with one road and bridge person. Mm-hmm.
There's a B.
Some of the backup guys went in there. I think I'm on the wrong sheet here. No, just beginning. When you did the wage thing, Andy.
Yep.
Trying to find it on the spreadsheet. I can't find the spot where you had it to where you could add in the number of employees and stuff. Did you have a number of what it was to have Jack and a second two employees? What that went up to? Because I can do math on 2080 and an hourly wage, but yours included FICA and all of the other fees that go along with it.
Public Works. Two. All goes to 180, 188.
188.
At the current pay rate.
And what's the difference in between? So is that just doubled what we got with Jack with the loaded cost?
I just
So we're
changed,
about 94 then?
I just changed one employee to two employees.
Okay, perfect. Which is very cool, by the way. So then you're talking about loaded cost of $94,000, potentially adding a second employee. So if you're no, 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 I hear you. That's a $77,739. If that's all you did was deal with the employees, which, you know, looking at Road and Bridge, obviously there's things that we should probably be saving for in capital, but as far as the operating, the roughly $10,000 more in grading is gonna be offset by a little bit less than cost of gravel this year. But again, we've also talked about increasing crack filling by 10 grand so we can get through the crack filling and preserve the roads a little bit quicker. So that's not factored in there. So now you're at, if we add in another 10 grand for that, now you're at 87.7. So the increase would be up 87.7 for those couple things. Agree, disagree, thoughts, comments? Not gonna do it all myself. Or we will be here all night. Correct. Which averages about 3%. Mhm.
Be lucky to hire somebody at $30 an hour, so.
And that's really the reality of where we're at is cost to do business here, and we've been kicking the can down the road. And there's a level of expectation of services, and
No,
That's
everybody
good.
complains when stuff doesn't get done, but then they don't wanna pay for it. So, I mean, I get it. I don't wanna either, but
there's good, bad, and ugly to keeping the lights going.
we gotta do what we gotta do to make sure everything gets done.
You know,
I- This is just for the operating budget though, that we're going, right? You're talking on Road and Bridge.
I was just trying to get through this list because this is what's gonna have to feed into that slide.
Okay.
You know, based on all of the work that we've done and figuring out what needed to go up and down. Is try to factor that into the proposed 27. Again, if somebody else has a different process you want to go through, I'm fine with that. All right, so if that's the case, then Road and Bridge proposed 2027 levy just went from 380,000 to 467,000. A big jump.
I think it's been underfunded, so.
Anything else on Road and Bridge? Anybody think? Came down. Yep, you're right, Sam. Yeah.
Jan 1 to
It's- yeah.
12/31. That's
Calendar year. Four to 6% is what they estimated. So that puts it at 335,535. for 27. So that comes down a little bit there. That decreases by almost 19,000. 335, 535. So that come down a little bit. Back to fire. I know that we probably need to look at a couple different things in there, but for right now, do we know any thoughts on fire? Comfortable at 4? We have actuals for 25, Ashley, or Alicia, Ashley. Talking to her too much.
So 285. Actually to run it. Cause it has a generator. in there.
Hmm.
That's the thing, making sure these one-off things don't come off and start skewing you.
$294. Oh.
Levy. $25 was budgeted at 357. My proposal had 339. The, for 26, and then it went up 3%. I know, because that was the number that was proposed.
This year.
Last year for 26. And then 26 has not been allocated and decided upon. Budget, not levy. She's got the splits. Yep.
Well, we don't have a choice. We will. It's amazing how quick you can start moving when it gets to be about 11 o'clock at night. Expenditures was 45.7. Yeah, if we go back to the actuals of 25 for road and bridge, again, it's so hard because we don't, how she mapped it isn't necessarily consistent with the way we've done it in the past.
Which is what I feel this township needs to be moving towards. Past didn't get us anywhere.
No, and this year's gonna be difficult because we're dealing with apples and oranges and it's it's gonna take 1 year to get this figured out, so we got some consistency, but if we look at the actual expenditures for road and bridge, assuming that everything was allocated to the right budget, that was 250,000. Which was way under. Actual for 24 was 326.89, which I would tend to believe the 24 actual is more so than I would the 25s, just because of the allocation issues. So if that's the case. Then that had 150,000 in it for the 205th road project. That grant was in there. And she wouldn't be factoring the grants in then, would she? Was that included in the revenues number has here? Any idea?
I think because she pulled everything from the county. We did all of our receipting.
We haven't receipted that. That's projected revenue for,
Back in 25.
no, if you're talking grant, you're talking 27 when we spent it. Correct? Was that the question?
Question was 2024, we did the 205th road project.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, so that was 150 grand in a grant. So it's gonna show in our expenditures that we spent, and it wasn't all of it, it was like 80% of it, because we do a holdback on it.
Yeah, and then that would have been dispersed in 25. But your revenue for that, whenever the grant was received, I don't know the contractual legalities of that. Once we paid out total, if we paid in 25, like you're saying, then we received more of that money back in 25, which then goes back into that fund balance.
Mhm.
So you,
So this is gonna be an interesting statement, which is in the years since I've gotten on the board, 23 and 24 and 25, when we were led through the budgeting process, we looked at the actuals from those previous years and then said, we think that it's going to cost us a little bit more because we're going to do this project, or this cost is going up a little bit. And we were adding on to the actuals. So, but in the actuals, those actuals actually included like road projects. So they weren't really accurate as far as normal year after year expenses. And this, I think, gets back to what we've talked about before was, I think you've used this term, Andy, is, you know, what is our baseline to run year after year for the township? And from
Budget $1 million in.
Mhm. Yeah. No. No, absolutely.
That's
Okay, good.
can't come soon enough.
No.
The software has limited us quite a bit over the years, and that's reflective on the audits and everything they've been doing. It reports and changes data. It's pretty crazy.
Well, it's gonna be great in the future, but it's not gonna help us tonight, so. So, We budgeted 446 for 26. Going through the spreadsheets that we worked on, we went from a budget in 25 of 406, realizing the actuals are different, to a proposed budget in 26 of 446 for road and bridge. But that also included 2 employees.
There's a cost to run this, and that's the reality of the end of the day, people come tomorrow and say $1, then what does the town do?
Yep.
Presentation's been there last year, is there this year. It's tough to do in the first 1 month of the year and that's historically how we've gotten to where we've gotten. Is cramming all this in and not using this year's projections. Well, we have 30 days.
No, that's what Andy keeps saying. You can't keep kicking the can down the road. You're saying the exact same thing. Oh, absolutely. So, so Andy, you were saying something about projections. You'd have to go with the projections. Are you proposing to take her proposed 27 levy?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood what your statement meant.
I'm saying not set this thing tomorrow. I don't. I know what my rights are, Sandy. I'm speaking to try and educate people to know what it actually cost. Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yeah. Yep, Andy, go ahead.
There's a cost to run the town. People want their roads plowed. Come tomorrow, vote to put money in road and bridge. You want activities over there, come and say what it's gonna cost. At the end of the day, you add them all up and everybody knows. It just goes back and forth, and then we sit here with nothing and people wonder why we have nothing. If that's the people want, so be it. I'll be an instrument of them up here.
Even though you had the whole year of actual expenses. Don't have the 2026, which the people voted on, this is how much money you get for 2026. If you had an actual budget and then you could say tomorrow, we budgeted X amount of dollars for road and bridge and are going to go over, we know it, because we are hiring a new person, which is a necessity for the township. So we do need to have higher dollar amount for this, but you can't even come up with those numbers, and that's the frustration for people. That's what it cost us, and we were short a whole maintenance person. So that's why, besides cost of living increases, why we this much more. But you haven't been able to come up with it, and you did have a year to get. Still don't have.
we spent our time trying to work a budget back into what the people approved for a levy. That's what we spent a majority of our efforts on, was to try to get the 25 and 26 budgets to balance. So we had a budget proposal and that got cut. And then we had to try to figure out where we were gonna. Well, it doesn't matter whether it was $1 or $1 million. It was cut and we had to try to adjust. In the middle of that, we lost staff. So we lost some continuity there. So there's a lot of things that happened in 25 that got us to where we are right now. And we're trying to get things settled for 25, 26, now 27. And it's going to take this year. We're, as Ashley said, we're still working on doing the transition from the old data to the new data, so that we can make heads or tails of it. It's going to take time to do that. So again, I go back to we're dealing with apples and oranges. One system to the other is totally different. The numbers are different. So it's not that we sat on our hands for a year and didn't work on budget to try to figure out what was going on.
No, we don't even want an increase next year. We want to put it off for a year and then we'll decide.
We can tell you exactly where we spent the money. The difference is though, is that in the old system and with the old staff, there was so many account codes. And when an invoice would come in, they would determine where that would get allocated to. And that history is what was lost when they walked out. So for a period of time, we were trying to get paychecks done, trying to get checks paid out to people that we owed money for. So we didn't have time to sit there and try to figure out and look back at the past as to what they allocated this invoice for. So sometimes those invoices got allocated someplace that wasn't consistent in the past years. That's why our numbers, if you look at 25, we can tell you what the actuals are as a whole sum. But when you get down to the granular level, they're different from the years past because of the way they were allocated. That's why we keep using the word allocation. Ashley's working on a mapping process from how they were allocated in the past and how we're going to be doing it in the future. But again, it's not like we could, I think Andy's comment is par for the course here, but I don't know if the people are going to accept it. So we have to go in with a proposed number and be prepared for that. But I agree with Andy. It's like, there's got to be more of a discussion by department as to what people feel is important to them, the services and stuff, and then get our accounting stuff mapped out. Yep, Andy.
My statement as a resident, I'll make the same plea again tomorrow, is the residents come back and say that. The people should be speaking to what and where they want the dollars, not just cut it off the top. Now you figure it out. Disbursements were there overall. To the point of clarity for allocations, having 300 different funds for things is what, postage living every single where. And then, like she said, putting $10 here, $10 here, that doesn't equal any efficiency for anybody filing or doing anything in the office. And that's how we have been operating. And that's government at its finest. We're switching that, and change is hard. The new software that Alicia is pouring her time into is going to truly just bucket this stuff, because this is what people care about right here. These buckets, I can't tell you how much, I don't care how much we spent on plastic silverware for senior and community center. It doesn't make sense to drill down to that. We have some supplies, we figure it out, and then you let the employees and staff run their departments off their budget and not micromanage it to, as I said, it's changed from what and where we've been, and
They. It's funny we got. They tell us they go, that because they wanted to make sure that they spent all their money so that they have not their budget cut the next year, but they had that.
Okay.
It's confusing, but the department come in that and could tell them. Three that we might. So you have to know where penny is government, still don't need to know that.
Yep, correct. So again, I go back to we had Ashley go through and use some factors to come up with a proposed 2027 levy. If Andy, what you're saying is that, you know, we talk about each one of these with the people to ask where they want that money put. Is that what we would start with? Is that what your thought is, or? And then go from there, talk about each item with the people, because otherwise, how are we gonna get an idea of where they feel that their money is best spent?
Yeah, for me, it's more, same, less. If they want more, it's obviously gonna go up on it. I'm not proposing that, but in terms of looking at it from a charter or what you're at, here's the same level of service you're gonna get. You want less, this is what gets cut.
And same level of service is what she put together for the proposed 27.
Yeah.
So that would be the starting point. And then if they want to spend more on police, I guess they can speak that then tomorrow, right?
To some extent on same level, because that's the only thing, like I said, the general is the one that still has me. Because like I said, I came up with, I factored in the, like I said, I raised the attorney fees because I'm basing that on the fact that, again, why I don't necessarily subscribe to the up and down of there's no election this year, don't do anything. There's an election every 2 years. Balance that, and that money keeps going into that fund, at which point the fund balance will remain steady. And opposed to just up and down with everything, because that way there, when you look at the, and I'm using that as an example of how we got to where we're at with the attorney.
Mhm.
This town didn't spend anything on the attorney for 5+
Yeah.
years or better. And then, which is an unfortunate business plan for a town.
Yes.
So now you have to rebound and capture that. So that's where that roller coaster budgeting comes into play, which doesn't make sense.
Okay. And so given that hers only had 50,000 in there for those legal fees, and legal fees too, as I found, is it was pocketed in a lot of different spots in CTOS. So you had to actually go through and add up, because there was attorney's fees for building department for permits when there was questions about that, and then there was some for the board, and so it was kind of spread out all over. But what would we look at for an increase for that? What would we propose? An extra 35K? We've spent we're quarter of the way through the year, and we spent half of what was budgeted. What's the number? If that's the case, you're 692. Anybody have a different number? As a side comment, if you, board wants to look at something kind of interesting, Stillwater Township, if you go look at Stillwater's, you go out and look at their annual meeting minutes, from 24, 25. If you read through that, it's really interesting because you can see when they did their meeting minutes, you can see the flow of their annual meeting. It was interesting because we've talked here about having, what is the core cost of running the township year after year? And that's what they have, is what their core cost is. And then when they do their presentation, they start from core cost, and then they'll say, you know, last year we budgeted for this, but we don't have that cost this year, so it goes down by this amount. But then they'd have a road project and it was gonna go up by this amount, or they had some project that was coming up in 2029. So they divided it by 3, so they budgeted it in 3 different years. But it was nice because line item by line item, they explained from their core cost how much the levy would go up or down based on those. And it was so nice because it was real quick and easy to see why the board was asking for an increase or a decrease on the levy. And then that can carry year after year. But if you want a little light reading, that was a very interesting set of meeting minutes to go through. Might be something that we want to consider focusing on here. Did you find your number, Andy?
Something else, right?
Yeah, it could have, some of the insurance coverage has changed. They don't cover some things that the insurance used to cover. So and I'm not saying that that's what the answer is, but that's something that I was at a meeting and they covered this year, was to kind of warn us that they weren't covering what they used to.
About 100K delta difference between hers, which would cover some of the stuff that wasn't captured in previous years for historicals. That wouldn't have a place to plug into the new software, such as the software, HR. And the town attorney fees, like I said, I raised them up 45K.
Okay.
That, when you add up all the operating ones, that's the difference. The total, obviously between the funds, there's differences of what or where, but
So from her proposed 27 levy, you said it's a $100,000 delta, so it should be maybe 792.
just
I don't think we have done fire yet.
Total operating, there's a 100K. Obviously capital's up there because you're gonna spend $2 million on a road. No, 1.8, 1.9.
Yeah, true, because that doesn't, that's 1.45 mil that'll come back in revenue that
I know.
isn't gonna show,
That's not what we're trying to solve.
right? So you said 100K or on top of?
If you wanted to do, let me just double check where I left off with the two, if that's. I changed the two people thing, I'd still had one, so I'll put that back in. And again, that's where some of this directional stuff is challenged because mine only had one for the public works. So that just added another 100K. Go to 2. That's where I keep coming back to putting in the hands of the people. You want to be a town that just gets by, then contract services like other towns do. I was speaking in terms of the budget of what people to expect. So like that there, just that person added that.
The 25 actuals for road and bridge are accurate at 250,000 because we didn't have an employee in there. Adding in your employee. The one change 360, 524 is what I come up with. 360, 524. She had 380. I don't know how she's calculating that. Cause hers actually went down from the 26th levy where it was allocated at 396. But again, we didn't spend that. That was a little different there. So I think, 360 or the 380 she came up with is probably, it's $19,000 more than what I came up with. So there's probably something to do with just the percentage of increase in cost at 3% or whatever she was adding in. 'Cause with that, if that's the factor that she used, it'd be 371, 315.
She just rounded up to 380 and
Yeah, looks like she rounded them all.
380 seems a little more realistic.
Well, especially if we're gonna order more salt or, we've got some of those things that we talked about before that we're gonna be expenses that we're gonna incur whether we like it or not. So her 380 is probably pretty darn accurate. And you, on the general funds for the operating, you figured another 45 for legal on top of her proposed. Let's just get some numbers in here and we'll work backwards from that. Anything else in general levy? Anybody can think of that where we don't, that may not be in on hers?
The lines I added, the HR and
The capital or operating?
operating. Where you said the general capital?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or no, general levy. Sorry. And what's the HR number then? The 30K?
Yeah. Software was 30.
Um. Yeah, cause we can't depreciate that, so it's gonna be under operating. What did we end up on that, 21?
31. Planning services. Went to 24, so that went down. Attorney, planning,
Did you come up with 791? Come up with a total? I came up with 791.
yeah, something else. So I'm at, yeah.
Road and bridge, we figured that at 380, so we got 791. Do we agree on that or? For the general levy?
Yep.
Okay, so 791 there, 380 on road and bridge is what I had there. Fire. She's proposing 400,027. Our actual on fire shows 316,449.
Add the generator in there. Came in under 3.
But for a levy ask though, we don't want to put those in there, do we? Because we're gonna get where we got paid. Oh, I see what you're saying. So 50,
The cost. We're
Yeah,
talking what
50
it costs to
came
turn the
out.
lights on and run.
right? So it's 316 minus the 50,000.
Oh, probably off of that one, 25. Because if we paid the first half, down payments in 24 for that one and that one. So it's all about when the checks are written too.
The other 25K for the building here, that came out of general, right?
Yeah.
Do we factor that in on the $791,000 number?
Yes, because it wasn't in. Because those sheets were done off of budget sheets, not off of disbursements. I'm seeing what you're seeing right there. So that's like an answer to the end of the year.
Sure.
But when the 25, or when the budget worksheets were made up, generator wasn't part of the plan. Because again, came in at the end of the year, let's do this. And we got a grant for it and we did it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't ever in these sheets as an item.
Okay, so fire actual then was 291,449. That's the actual expenditure. And that was for 25. 400,000 just seems like a massive leap in 2 years. When we went through our process, we had come up with 382 for 26 budget originally.
We left the wages high.
Yeah, you're right, we did.
And I don't,
Yeah, and our actual was less than. So that's where you came down. So
that was a modification.
that's your
I made.
339 then. That's without those. That's
This
that's
is
modified.
We have to do something operationally. That's what keeps getting lost on people.
Yeah.
Or spend more money. It's a real simple thing.
Okay. Well, I like that number that you had 339 because that makes sense then. All right. Police, we already figured police out. That's the 335, 535. Senior transportation. So senior actuals in 25 was 45,700. Um, 335, 535. Yep. So we were at 45,706 for actual expenditures in 25. We know that we're getting rid of the transportation side. I don't know why, but when we went through our exercise, we still had 79,625 in there for 26. That seems really high.
The actual is 45,706.
Yeah, in 25.
25.
And that was while we were running the senior center van. I don't know how much it
It
got
did
used,
run.
but didn't run much. Does anybody have any reason why that should go up or down
From the 45.
for the 45.7?
Just inflation, I suppose.
We did that and figured using her factor of, was it 3%? That would put us at 48,489.
Let's be realistic.
Did we leave? That's was to have some money to build up a fund for like we need a new stove. That could, ain't something, we could just close it down and.
Those are in those capital outlays she was talking about. Those are those capitals that are within the operating, which shouldn't be, but it wasn't a big amount. It was only like 3K.
That's just some for capital later, right?
And that's what she was saying. That so the operating funds have these categories for capital in them. And then there's the actual capital down below. So we're capturing money twice. Like these ones here were the capital outlays within operating were the coffee maker to replace that. Which was 2K.
The thing is, we're not done cutting budget for 26 yet. So that's probably gonna get sucked up anyway. We still got like $83,000 to, or 81,000 to cut out. Yeah, yep. I think so. Yeah. So everybody's okay with 48, 489 then for senior center?
I am.
Okay, don't hear anything else, so I'm assuming that's agreement. All right, next one she had was cemetery, but now this is one that drops down to capital.
Need to make a quick phone
Yep,
call if I
yep.
do need to leave or not.
Okay. We don't have any operating for cemetery. Wages are picked up in. There's $1,700 in wages. Is that picked up in general levy
Which,
for cemetery operating for his wages?
well, we wiped them. Went to Public Works.
So the 1,700 is covered over in Public Works.
Cause it was the roll. You're talking,
Cemetery keeper wages of 1,700, where that's.
oh,
being
that's
allocated
in
to.
general.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that part. Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec. Actual in 25 was 31,518.
Is not accurate, cause that's one that got recoded,
As I say, it seems awfully low.
cause the grass cutting went.
Oh. So when we went through our exercise, we had estimated 89,115. And if you figure grass cutting is probably running us. It's like 38,000 this last year, but it'll probably be closer to 50,000 in 27. That put us pretty doggone close. If that's the only thing we're off on is grass cutting on expenditures for parks, you had 50,000, that's almost 82,000. When we went through and did all the specific line items, we were at 89,000, so $7,000 difference. Are we good with the 89,000? last one is recycling. Expenditures were 173,688, but how much of that was grants, Andy? You know?
Cause that went up a lot from
Yeah, they
24.
finished paying for part of the reuse building and then the
Yeah,
regular grant.
which that wasn't much. It was
30.
32.
It was pretty small.
I think that sounds about right. Right, it was about 32,000 was the remainder that we got at the end of the year that we turned in those disbursements for finishing the building, yeah.
So 32,000. So that means. It's probably gonna be pretty close to a wash on labor, because we're going. Yeah, we're going from an FTE and one. For right now, yeah, we're just gonna do 3 part-time. Yep, so, yeah, but it's a good point, but I do think it'll probably come pretty close to wash. Okay, so that makes it, if we take out the grants, that brings us down to an actual of 141,688. Yeah, she's at 102. Again, I don't know where she got her number, if that was,
Yeah, Paul was off. I probably worked about 3 or 4 months for Paul.
Wait.
So what, we had 97 and 24. So we were only open on Saturdays in 24? Cause we were not open 3 days a week we haven't been that long, has it?
oh yeah,
Yeah, for years,
How many?
like
We have?
that long before I came on board.
So we hired Steve in,
April of last year.
Oh, we were. 141,688 is what we'd come to if we remove. Yeah, the difference there. So that brought us down to 141,688. Hers is 102. I wonder how much she's factoring off from the 24 actual, because that's 98,000. It would have made sense then to go up if she's using a factor of 3 in most of these cases. That's where she might have come up with a 102. Hmm. Could be. Right. Yep. So you used the 141,688? Is that the number you used? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Do we see any changes to recycling? As
We
far
would-
as budget go, anything that we're
well, we
doing,
would like to hire 2 part-timers.
that was already in the budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know, did we, because I know we talked a little bit, we budgeted $7,500 for brush chipping, but like
We
Andy
haven't
said,
gotten
I
any
think we got a
quotes yet.
steal on that last.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
last
gonna be
time.
that. And then other than that, just a sign, but we might be able to get that through the county.
Yeah.
I actually can foresee that we could be making money back there. If we could get because a lot of people still don't even know about it yet. If we advertise, promote it.
Yeah. Of course, it costs them $20 now in gas to go down and back to drop it off, but
But yeah, just about everything is free, I think, in Forest Lake. So
Yeah.
Washington
But-
County's taking,
We still have people from Columbus coming up.
so
So it's mainly the reused store areas where, because
get back on task. Sorry. You guys could
Okay.
not recycle it all the way. So as if I remember right, I think Paul had gotten an original estimate to do the brush chipping at 10,000 and he talked him down to 7,500. Does that sound
that
right?
sounds
Okay.
right.
So I added the 2,500 back in, so that puts us at 144, 180. Anything else that you think we're missing in consideration, or is everybody good with that number?
what are you at, 144, 180?
144, 188. And and just so you know, when we went through our process, we came up with 203, 484. Quite a bit higher. But I think we were also going off from, we might have been going off some actuals that included, the grant money. Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm gonna put 144, 180 for right now. We can always change it if we need to. 188. Nothing for cemetery. Building department, we don't do any, well. What does she have for building department? Okay, so actuals for building department. In 24 was 120,000 and 25 was 98,000. Do you think that was allocation issues? Andy, do you think? Or Alicia? I think that might have been why 25 was down.
I would guess yes.
That had generator.
In building fund, building department fund
Oh.
for Rum River. Oh,
That's again,
Yep.
this is where I would really, really stress, we changed what this is. Stop saying senior/transportation. Those are what the funds are called. This is maintenance of the buildings. So that's what's goofy about the operating versus the capital. Yeah, I mean, it's infrastructure. It's the building itself. So that had some repairs that's pretty much anything that came out of the building. So garage doors, whatever.
yeah, we have to change those because we've been calling the Rum River stuff, building permits, all that, building department.
That should be called inspections in my.
As long as we can differentiate between them, I don't care what they're called. Okay, so this one, when she put in here the account 215, then that's the actual building maintenance.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh. No, that is. inspections.
215 is okay.
Yeah, the 200s are your operating funds. So when you see the coding, that's how you can tell.
But the building expenses, putting door locks on, replacing the garage door, that went under, was under a section in general, right? but that's where we're pulling that out. Sam keeps missing. We're gonna have to switch chairs so you don't feel like you're so far out of the group.
It's all right. One is that what we're under?
Yes. This is operating. Yeah, Rum River stuff, inspections.
No, that's not on this one sheet, right? It's not on page 2.
No. No, it's on page 6.
Right.
Yeah, but. So that's where, nope, I understand. Part of that is not levied dollars because it's the revenue from the permits, so that. Yeah, again, it's a budget and you take in, but you're taking revenue in with it as well.
It's 44,025.
Building department that was inspection fees. And there, and some wages for staff. And then it gets some of the utilities applied to it.
Well, since that's non-levy, I mean, we still have to address it, but since that's non-levy fund there. Adding up the numbers that we just came up with. So we were, I think, kind of a little bit on the conservative side. My total came to $2,137,327. So $2,137,327.
Say that again.
$2,137,327 for operating. That's assuming, so we're looking at $37,327 increase over last year. For only operating, which, I mean, I guess if you're really looking at it, it was 2.1 million last year. And she said typically it's a 3% increase year over year. That's 63,000. Yeah. 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 So do we wanna, so let's, I don't know what everybody thinks about that. But let's get some capital numbers in here. They're not here, obviously. She has them on page 2. So her proposal was 27,000 for road and bridge capital. Another 45. How close does this come out to? Well, it's only 72,000. So she only had 72,000 in for capital. Here's what I'm thinking is that figuring reasonable numbers in capital. But then, you know, back to Andy's point is let the people understand too that we got a fire truck to pay for. And do we want to put a little bit more into that than what we've done in the past? And let the people decide if we're short, we're gonna have to figure out other options, but what do you guys think as far as determine the capital? Thoughts?
To me, you give everybody worst case and they, I mean, Parks is gonna come and they're gonna talk about the tennis courts and they're gonna talk about the hockey rink. Make everyone aware of, to me, you can't make decisions if you don't know what the challenges are. Otherwise, you're gonna stay status quo. And then it's gonna get set. And then summer's gonna come and people are gonna be wondering why this is like this.
Yeah.
If it comes in.
But there's a plan. And that's what there hasn't been. There has not been a plan.
Well, it's just like roads too,
Yeah.
you know, there's no plan on fixing roads and our roads are not in the best shape, so. We need to start putting money in capital for that stuff, so.
Do we know why she,
Nobody wants to, but
yeah, do we know why she, proposed 45,000 in fire capital
That's what, they were the only ones that turned in a sheet, correct?
and then 27 for road and bridge?
where'd the 27 come from?
Just to balance the fund. Because it should be,
Road and bridge could always be any capital you want to
Correct.
put. I mean, if you put $800,000 in there, there's places to put it, but
Right,
what's reasonable?
she says she was just trying to balance the fund balances. Again, not knowing what the projects were because she didn't get them.
So so parks. We've had parks request. Was it 20? Well, I think they asked for more, but was it, did they settle on 20K?
that was 25, wasn't it?
25K? Does anybody remember?
I believe it was 20 and then additional 10, so total of 30.
30?
Thank you.
For some reason 25 was in my head.
Should just say parks.
It was 30,000. I did
Oh.
just go-
Thank you.
You know, and there's a lot of things that
Yeah.
need to get fixed, including playground equipment, so
Yeah, they'll be taking some equipment out this year because
we can't fix it.
Okay. So we put 30 in for parks. Let's just get some numbers in here and figure out where they come out. recycle capital, I'm working from the bottom up, recycling capital. Do we want to put anything in for recycling capital?
I would say
I
no,
don't-
I think
I-
we're,
Right now, I don't think so. I mean, short of. The only thing we've talked is just some of the more infrastructure improvement. The biggest thing that's gonna be back there to me is, septic. Gonna hurt us for dumpsters on top of septic system,
No problem?
so.
Okay, yeah, cause, we took care of the Kubota problem, cause that was one thing that was on the list before, and,
Yeah, equipment.
yard
wise,
cart
Yeah,
was on there, so. Okay, so we'll leave 0 for right now on recycle.
caveat with recycling to remember is when there's grant opportunities, but with those grants comes requirements and conditions that lock you in further than you probably want to be.
All right, fire capital. She is proposing 45,000. What do you guys think?
Without seeing what they requested, I would,
Again, this is one that we gotta come up with $500,000 for a fire truck at some point. So, and again, I think we put a number in here and, make the proposal with an explanation to the people. You know, and let them decide if they think that maybe we should be putting 100,000 in there. They can make that decision at the meeting then too. I know I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure I have that with me. Can't wait till this budgeting is done because I have so many stacks of paperwork. I'm gonna have a bonfire. Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, I mean, last year, it's at 0 because we spent. No, I didn't say that. You were talking about fire, but we spent. Oh, fund balances, we're sitting good. I know for sure on building, we're sitting, last year we found $250,000 just sitting there, doing nothing. So.
Yeah, I just don't know if I have it in my paperwork, but no, I get what you're saying, and yes, that would be a real good way of doing that.
I waited as long as I can. I
All
will
right,
be back.
I know it's been a long night.
Back.
Okay.
We just gotta get this done. Hopefully it won't take this long.
Me too.
how many years for the next fire truck?
On their list is think that 45 is a refurb. That's why that's the only one showing up, because again, they were the only ones that filled out the projection sheet for capital. And that sheet went out 25 years. I think there was, one of them's due for a refurb. That happens at the big trucks are slated for a 30-year schedule. At 15 years, they go in and get refurbished, engine gone through, the pump gone through, tires. I think that's what that 45 is that she was capturing. But the next big one is seven, be tender one. And that one would be 37 at 30 years. 2037.
2037. So
Then there's this engine one, current engine one would come after it at 2043, but that one's due for a refurb too. I think that's what that one is.
So realistically, we gotta put in 50,000 a year for the next 10 years to pay for that.
That's what we should be doing. Building our reserves
Like you said, with a plan.
with a plan.
They have, that's their plan, right? So we have to.
Yeah, they have
figure
their
out how to
plan.
Fund that.
Yeah, and that's the report that Ashley provided. It does exactly that. You put in 20 years from now, I need this much to buy this item. Just backs it down and tells you what you need each year.
Realistically, we need about 95.
I don't know the total number because it would calculate off based on other spends as well. Because you might have something else that comes in the next year.
Right, but you'd have to add that.
You'd have to add it to your cumulative year essentially, yeah.
Here. That's just fire capital. We're trying to interpret it. So 100,000, 200?
Hey, that's the budget. That's not the fund balance. And that's. Yeah, so that's,
Oh, got it.
I would, and we spent 100 plus, we spent 115 last year out of capital.
Let's just did, even if I could find, which I didn't bring, but even if I could find the report on what we had in each one, it's changed because we also split out a skid steer. And I didn't take that out of those numbers, those three budgets, so. So CTOS is frozen, so now we can't even get to our actuals, so. All right, well, at least let's, That's it.
Well, we know with what has to come out of the CDs and everything too, I think that's, I mean, I made a note of that we need to touch on those because that's what screwed us up in 24. Understanding what our statutory requirements are compared to what we're doing, because all we do is, save money on the budget last year in certain departments and it rolls over. We need to truly speak and educate all on the when a budget is surplus and then where it comes into where that money rolls over to.
And actually track it.
Correct. And truly, even after all this, we can talk about all these disbursements and all this, everything and what we truly paid in 25, and I can 100% tell you it's inaccurate. It does not, you can't, Sandy, because there's free labor in there. Lots and lots of free labor. So how it costs and what it costs to run this town, what is the town's plan when that labor just walks away?
Again, though, you've gone a long time without a maintenance person for various reasons, but again, things happen, you don't know, you can't project all of that. You can hope for it, but yes, there's been a lot, and I know the board has done a lot of free labor. But you have to start with something, and again, you can't just keep going, well, what about this and what about that? You have to at least start with a number today. And then hopefully next year, your numbers are gonna be so much better, you'll be able to. And I kind of think with what you've got here, with what John said, so the numbers that you have here, this is, as you said, status quo. This is what it costs to keep our doors open. We projected it out for 2027. This is what, no changes, forget the capital part for now, but no changes. If you want more services than exactly what is here today, you will have to go higher. If you're happy with what's here today, this is what we've projected for 2027. The capital funds, again, I'm aware we have to be funding them, and it can't be the first place it always comes out of every time the budget doesn't balance and stuff, which is what they've done in the past. We want to keep the levy low, so let's just pull it out of the capital funds, and we can't keep doing that for the people in the future. But I think for today, you've got kind of what you wanted as far as getting out there and saying, this is it. And yeah, Andy, so now if they say, gee, we do want to have, I don't know, double fire calls or road and bridge, more maintenance, not roads, because that's going to come in underneath, but they want that. Yeah, you're going to have to increase from this. And like I said, I kind of think, to me, this is pretty logical. Would I like to see it say 3%? Of course I would. But I do think in going back, it's ridiculous how many years they went without increasing our budget. And now we're paying the price. That doesn't mean I want to pay 20%, because again, Social Security gives me 2.8. I can't afford a 20% increase, but 7 is at least higher than cost of living. So we're gaining a little bit. And then maybe next year we can do another 7, and cost of living say it's going to probably be even a little lower. Maybe we'll start to be able to build a little bit of that up. So I think you guys are on a really good track.
I hope so. I think I mean, this is a huge education thing, plus then all the new software and stuff like that. We're gonna get better at this. I mean, before I leave, we better be better at this. I was just looking and I pulled up, now this is older data. Parks Capital. This is really old data. I mean, this is 24. So it's probably useless because it said that there was $62,000. And again, we also found that these spreadsheets weren't accurate and they weren't calculating outright. So I don't even know if these numbers are right, but in 24, we had 62,000 in our Parks Capital. But there's been money taken out of that for the reuse building. And before I was on the board, so pre-23.
I just remember them doing that. I was gonna say that.
Yeah. But I think the actuals on the senior center are down. Or our senior center, I meant the parks. Okay, so we're at adding 30 in for parks. We don't know what we have in there, but I don't think it was very much. I'm just kind of going back through. Recycling, we already said 0 on recycling. Fire capital. Again, this is going to be old data, and theirs has changed a lot.
Put it this way, a check will be written out of fire capital for $500,000.
Well,
What you put into it or where you take from else to get of it, or you're under budget on it, it's just,
well, whatever's not funded in there is, we're gonna have to figure out where that comes from, and the last resort is bonding. So, but that's a possibility too, but like I said, whatever the people don't put in there that we can put towards a fire truck is gonna get dealt with some other way. What we had proposed in the budget in 25 was 100,000. And then, yeah, so 100,000 would have went in because that did not get cut out of all of the capital. Fire cap. Or fire.
spent 115.
Yeah, on that. Yeah, what we had proposed and what we were doing since 24 was we were putting $100,000 in every year because we knew we were gonna have to pay for a fire truck. And Dan, I don't know if anybody's ever told you, we had ARPA funds from when COVID hit everything. The government gave us some funds to use. We had close to $500,000 left in that ARPA fund and we could allocate it towards a fire truck. So we used government funding, balance of that, to pay off almost half of the fire trucks. That's where half of that came from. But we still need to come up with the other half. And that was what our proposal was, is, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, we would have been able to, cover the whole remaining cost, but it's coming in pretty fast.
At one point, they said they were gonna bond for it.
Yeah, that
Not
was,
my choice.
again, the
Just saying,
last
I remember
resort
them
kind of a
saying it,
thing.
kind of going,
Yep.
"Oh."
Yeah. So I don't know what you guys are thinking. We set out on a course to put $100,000 into capital for fire every year. I would say as a baseline, I think that's what we should probably put down. Here's 100,000 for fire. And then if the people want to put more towards that to help, so we don't have to pay the huge interest on bonding, that's a choice that they can make at the meeting. Anybody disagree? Okay. All right, the building capital. Building capital. All right, actual in 24 for building capital. The projected ending balance in 24 was 220,000. We knew that we had some expenses coming out in 25. So projected 25 was to end with 171,000.
Looking at for building.
As far as what it's used for or what?
Well, you got 171 potentially.
Yep.
And what, you're looking at additions? Are you looking at, like, where will that money be spent?
See, it doesn't have wait, it does have a note here. One of the things, yeah. What we were trying to do was, save up to redo the senior center bathrooms. That was like, what, 95 grand or something like that. So they proposed taking 49.5 out in 25, and I think, yeah, and another 49.5 in 26 was the
So you
plan.
kind of have That part
Yeah,
covered.
there
I
is
mean,
kind of a
are you
plan.
looking At an addition somewhere, or,
Oh, yeah.
like what else? Because right at this point, you haven't done anything for road and bridge. And
Yeah.
if the building fund is gonna keep you going for a little bit, you gotta get something going for road and bridge.
Yep, no, I agree. Yeah, we were putting 25. We put. Yeah, we were putting 25 grand into capital a year was the plan. It was gonna be 25 grand until we could do the bathrooms.
And you think close on that, or?
Well, no, because it got cut, for 25, that got all cut out. That was one of them that capital fund got wiped out, yeah. So we didn't put anything in there. So we may have put in fact, we weren't even planning on the budgets in 24. We didn't put anything in for budgets or for 24. So if we do as we had planned, it would be 25 grand is what we'd be putting into capital for buildings. Again, let's just get some numbers and we can modify them a little bit if it makes sense. Otherwise, we can put it to the people. And then the road and bridge. Road and bridge capital. So we had quite a bit in there because we were saving from Art Lake Road, but then we moved that $300,000 over to general funds. And it dropped us down to 246,000. So we're 246. And then we put 50,000 into engineering fees. We put another 50,000 in there to help go towards the engineering fees for Martin Lake Road. I did send an email to the town engineer last week asking for an updated estimate on the engineering fees, because originally, because it carried on an extra year, they were supposed to go up, but I haven't gotten an email back, so I don't know if that's gonna be larger or not, so. Yeah, again, there were verbal numbers that were getting thrown around, so that's why I wanted him to respond in writing, so that we had some hard dollars to work with. So right now, we're probably sitting at less than 300,000 in there. But again, I don't know exactly what that number is. So again, we were putting 50 in there. If we just use that as a number right now to start with. Let's put 50 in there. General capital, this is where. Yeah, Ashley didn't have any proposal for capital improvement. General capital. This is a little different because, like Andy pointed out earlier, it's got a lot of, extra stuff in it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, that's operating. This one. I have for actual in 24. Yeah, so here, so there's 3 different areas. Parks revenue, that was part of it. Used to be at 62,129, so that's pretty consistent with what we talked about before. But again, we know that got used up quite a bit of it. So senior center and transportation, that one showed at the end of 24 had an actual of $30,090. Where is that getting used for anything?
Which tab are you on?
I'm under general capital.
Something was pulled out of it then.
So we're still probably at 30K. And then this is the one that nobody knew about until last year. The capital improvements revenue, that category shows it currently has 264,000 in it.
What is that to be used for?
So we said last year. We're told, we're like, what?
I would think is building capital maybe for maintenance or like Sarah needed a new stove for that, but capital improvements is actually like for building a new building, like a whole new structure.
And you got a much better memory than I do, but as I remember, it was any capital projects that we wanted to use the money for.
We can,
Could that be used for the fire truck? That much money in there?
Could be probably.
anything can be moved around to that effect. And that's, when we asked what and where this was, it was
Just say
news,
that-
it was news to the board and nobody knew what or how they were building it up, but it obviously has been built up year after year after year after year.
Would that be a good one to use to pay for the fire truck and not tell people they have to come up with more money? Maybe so.
Could be a part of it. Yeah, it's, yeah, cause like the wells, they came out of maintenance, operating. Yeah, it might be good to be used there. At least part of it anyhow.
It's an improvement. It's- I mean, it's not like you're using it to go out and blow it for
Oh, no,
something. It's a really logical place to use it.
yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if that was, again, there really, it wasn't. Other than being told it was there. And everybody, including Bob Millerburn, Bob just about fell off his chair. He's like, what? What can it be used for? And they said, any capital projects. So he, being a guy that's been on the board for 12 years and had no idea it was there. So I don't know what the intent ever was other than to just keep putting money into it. Yeah, yeah, no
Before you
kidding.
spend it.
Yeah, so that's capital, so I don't know if we wanna put any more into capital until we have a plan of how we're gonna use capital. I mean, for this year, at least, I'm not sure I would be comfortable adding anything in. Thoughts?
I don't put money away for not having a plan.
So we all agree on 0 for that. All right, so that covered all the things I had on mine.
Well, what about road and bridge? Cause so
Oh,
she
yeah.
has 27.
We had just talked about it and put another 50 grand in. That's what we had been doing.
So 77, or is it just?
For
50?
for road and bridge capital, it'd be 50,000 we
Oh,
put away this
so
year.
Where did her 27 come from then?
I don't know where that came from.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know what factor she was. We got 100, what's that?
Just verify, that might be to balance the fund. Our spreadsheet is
Oh.
old and then we took it out, so I didn't.
Should that be added in?
If you're trying to do 50 and above and beyond, then yeah. If you just want. But yeah, a check will be written out of there. You don't get the reimbursement this year. That fund will have to get balanced. Which could still happen in the next year but prior to the audit. If the grant money is received, but I don't know how long, but usually, how long do we wait on a road? A year? Withholding some of it, I mean, we'd get some of it back perhaps.
Yeah, most of the time a year, sometimes it falls in the second year. So if we, so we add fire capital in the 45,000 there too? Because she had that in there?
Plus 100?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if hers was to balance the fund or if hers was using data they provided, because they were the only one that turned in a capital plan.
So like on communications, there was like $20,000 or whatever. And now that staff is doing it, their wages aren't going up due to it. So why did that not come out? Natalie's salary, why did that not come out of the proposed 2027? Since the staff is going to be doing it, and they're not gonna be adding extra hours to do it, why would that have not decreased that?
Why is that not decreased it?
Why didn't you pull 20,000 out of the budget? Cause you let in a $20,000 employee go, or whatever that 20,000 was. I'm assuming it was their wages. And so because you're not replacing her, it would seem like by 2027, that should have been able to have that.
As far as in the budget, that
Yeah,
will,
yeah. In the levy, the budget, whatever, as we're sitting there figuring it out, we should have been able to say, well, we're gonna save 20,000
okay.
here.
so I was just trying to figure out where you were, what you were talking, where you were talking about it. So you're just talking about the expenses itself.
Kind of, I
Yeah.
saw it on one of the lines. I'm kind of like, well, there's 20,000 we'll be able to save.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
I'm not trying to
yep.
say go back and take 20,000. I'm
Right.
just thinking you do have some cushions built in there and
Well,
items you
there's-
didn't go in and.
there's always something that you budget for and something goes south and
Yeah.
you know, you don't do it this year, you plan on doing it. Yeah, that's, and then there's always the $14,000 well that goes bad that you don't plan on spending money on. So it's constantly an ebb and flow. You know that, you've been in the office for how many times, so. Yeah, I know that communications, we're gonna be spending some money out of it because we've gotta make some computer changes here. Our server runs out of warranty and everything in November, so there'll be stuff coming out of capital, but I agree, it's not gonna be, or not capital, we can use that under communications. Yep. Yep. Okay, so what I came up with is, without adding Ashley's 27,000 and 45,000 estimates in there, it came out to 205,000 for capital. With that 72,000 added in, it comes out to be 277.
Let me just read down your columns quick, just what your totals are.
Yep, 0 for general, 50,000 for road and bridge, 25,000 for building, 0 for recycle, 100,000 for fire equipment capital, and 30,000 for parks.
0 for senior. 0 for cemetery.
Yes, yep. I forgot, I should pull cemetery down at the bottom. Now, technically, I guess we should probably, if we're gonna build a road, should we put 23.5 in?
That's,
In
and that's
cemetery.
to me, this is why you present to the people. Here's what it is, here's what we're gonna do that year, and then you do it in that year. Historically, that has not happened. And
Yeah,
then, you know, that's the project, that's the plan, and deliver on it. 'Cause then you know you're working towards that.
so which number are we working with? The one that includes Ashley 72,000 or the 205 that we came up with? You're comfortable adding that 72 in? Cause we don't know, okay. So that's a 277. Now, the question is do we propose doing that road in the cemetery for this year and add the 23.5 in there?
Me, you propose it and let the people know
But
what
that
you're
wouldn't
talking.
happen till 27, right? Cause we're levying 27.
That's, yeah,
Not doing. I'm-
you're right, you're right.
Correct,
Yep, you're
but
absolutely right.
then that's the plan. You have to start here. You can't come asking
Right, I'm
27
just
for
saying,
it.
but you're saying they're gonna be doing it this year. Well, if you're doing it this year, you don't
Right.
bother putting it in for 27. If you're gonna put it in for 27, and as Andy said, That's the year it happens, because that's the year the levy's coming.
I don't see
Well,
how it's
towards the end
happening
of
in
the year,
26.
once the money.
You don't think it'll happen this year?
But have money, doesn't have any money.
But something, Lisa said the other day that cemetery committee was told they had $28,000. What was that from?
Was misinformation. Yeah, it's not true. $6 grand. $6 grand this year. What they have.
Is there money in there for them to be doing the surveying and all of that for the new section then?
Again, surveying's free.
Oh, okay, he's doing it.
People need to understand what they're getting.
All right, so we will,
But we won't have to
Leave
do it
that
again,
off.
so we don't have to budget for that again. And the run, we'll be out of land, so.
okay, so we have 2,137,327. That's operating plus the 277,000 for capital. So what we would be asking for, hold on your hats, 2,414,327. And that's never gonna happen. There's no way we're gonna go up $314,000.
10% is 2 million.
Yeah. So again, I mean, it can either be proposed this way, because people can put it higher or put it lower, but you can either propose it this way and say, if you don't want to put as much in fire or road and bridge, you know, you can cut that down and get that number down. Or cut it out of operating.
If people say, they want to cut $100,000 out and we want it to come out of fire capital, are you obligated to do that? You have to do the levy with what they say, but it doesn't matter if they say, I want it to come out of, you know what, you're gonna get rid of all senior department or whatever. You guys still don't have to do that.
Right.
You just have to be within the levy.
Yeah.
That's
Even
fine.
Stillwater Township did a good job explaining that to the people before they voted on the
Yeah,
levy was
yeah.
that. Although
So
you,
ask them where do you want
Yep.
us to cut is kind of a moot point,
well, not really.
No,
No, because it's like,
because you'll try.
Yeah.
To stick with where they say, even though, well, again, they might say come out of fire capital, but you might really decide you want to make that payment out. You know what I mean, out of, even though they don't give it to you.
mhm. But I would say, I mean, that's what, we're supposed to work on behalf of the people. So if the people favor having wonderful parks and they want to spend more money on parks and they up the levy because of that, unless there's an emergency that comes up that says that it makes more sense from a business perspective to go a different route, maybe we would not be doing the people a service. So, but I think that's what we're trying to change this to, is to make the annual meeting more of a, give us a message on what direction you would prefer us to go, and that way we can make decisions based on that. Am I speaking?
absolutely. The
Yeah.
more information, the better, and that's what hasn't necessarily happened at the annual meeting, in my opinion. It's,
Oh.
this is the big thing, and again, what people don't see, people don't know, people don't trust, you need to get that out in front of them, and that's what the intent of this is, and changing our software so we can actually report accurate, real-time data. Just getting the software to open is gonna be a light years ahead for Linwood Township. And that way there we can,
It's for monthly almost, but more realistically that you believe the numbers that you're getting. So that it doesn't come to the end of the year and you go, we don't even know what we spent this year. Well, you know what you spent the first 10 months by December, because that much, you know what I mean? That's gonna make a major difference.
And I'll, just to be clear, I don't fault, previous staff. I mean, Alicia's been working with CTOS, and is it anything less than hell?
No.
I mean, it's, so,
So that makes a difference. So why it worked
We
better for
got-
them.
we have professional accountants working have been in it. Ashley was in it.
So it's not just that I have never used CTOS, it's just the program itself isn't built for probably a community our size.
Mhm.
That's what
Yeah.
people get lost on. We are bigger than most cities. Our financials and transactions are bigger than most cities.
15% of population of the cities even in Minnesota, not just the townships, the cities.
And that software is free software from the state, built and designed for a town of 43 people in Roselle County. That's what it's for. So they can meet their minimum state requirements of reporting. It is not built for us.
And now going forward, we'll all have access to live data. So no more sitting here going, how much money do I have in road and bridge or, yeah.
Oh,
it's-
that part's huge.
Yep, and that's why at the end of the year, you'd be saying, how much money do I have? And
Well,
people would
and
be
in
going, I don't
July,
know.
you To do this, maybe not an improvement, but add something or not, because we're already this much under or over budget.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be a night and day difference with financials, with the software. I can't emphasize enough that this was a must. Absolutely for this township, or we would just be, it's just not doing an accurate service to the townspeople, being able to explain everything about their money. It's their money, and we should be able to answer and show them exactly what we have and where it's going. And we couldn't do that in the past, so we're gonna get there. Right?
Are you just have to do the projections for tomorrow night as far as if your house is valued at this, so you have to have his exact numbers to work on that tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
I say we go with those numbers and, whatever, let the people decide. If they wanna cut the capital out and don't wanna fix stuff, then that's on them. I mean, I don't like the number, but
I hate the number.
we don't, there's nothing we can do with it. I mean, can't cut any more out than we've
Playing
already
catch up.
cut.
You can see the history and it didn't move. The
It's
needle
not
didn't
gonna
move for
fly.
years.
Fortunately, they're gonna pull it straight away. They're gonna pull it out of fire capital. You just spent $1 million on a fire truck. 'Cause I don't know how many times I've heard people say that. They went and spent $1 million on a fire truck. It's like, it's been in the works for years and years that this was coming, but people don't understand that. And so my guess is fire capital's gonna go right
Yeah.
out the window.
If
because
you want a fire department in a township, you gotta pay for it. So most townships don't have fire departments. So I think we're one of the only ones.
It's one of those things to where, knock on wood, we haven't had a structure fire at our house, thank God. So I can sit there and go, why are we spending all this money on fire department? But then the first day that my house is on fire and they come out and they put it out for me, I'm gonna say, it's the best money we ever spent. So it's all perspective. It's all perspective. So same thing with police. Same thing with police.
You look at what our little crime rate is and stuff like that. I was looking at what the police reported last year at the annual meeting. It's like, we're nothing.
Yeah.
We're like nothing. Not one
Yep.
deputy wants to be assigned to Linwood because we have nothing going on. You know, like how many
pretty quiet.
drug arrests have been in the last 5 years in Linwood, you know? 3. It's like,
Yeah,
which is wonderful, wonderful, but it's like, do we need to spend as much on police because we don't have this?
yep. All right, I'm not comfortable with these numbers, but is this the numbers that we're gonna present?
We have any other choice? Other
But
than
you
we cut the
do.
capital out, but.
Honesty is the best policy.
Yeah.
I mean,
This
this
is
is
what it
what we
costs to
need
turn the
to
lights and
fix
do what we
stuff
do.
and
Start turning the ship.
Yeah.
Stagnant, just sitting there. Want more?
obviously the operating cost is what we need. And the capital is what we're, stuff that needs to get done. so.
Some of it, though,
Well-
I do think I think one of your numbers that's probably off is, on like the staffing and accounting, because hopefully by 2027, Abdo's a very minor
Mhm.
part of it. And so, whereas we had a treasurer the majority of the year, because there wasn't a big gap between you and Alyssa. So we had a treasurer most of the year, plus Abdo's ridiculous. They did
Yeah.
a lot. I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
that, but extreme extravagant fees on top of it. Or hopefully our Abdo is gonna be down to about 10% of it, which then gives us that much more money. So as people say, well, we want the general fund cut, and you're gonna go, we can't. Well, yeah, you probably can, because there are ways there.
That's where I think like this, using Stillwater Township again as an example, I think that once we get to the core cost of running the township, then it's easy that if we back off on that contract and it's half of that, then it's easy to come back and say the levy, we're gonna take $43,000 off the levy request because we've changed this contract. So,
Might have to, because it might- it's the levy
Yeah.
that you're proposing. So that's at least a place, you know, okay, this isn't gonna be dire. We do have some cushions built in. We maybe take some out of communications. We can
Yeah.
take some out of here.
yep, exactly. All right, well, it sounds like we got some numbers that we don't all agree to, but we at least agree to give them to Alicia and Billy so they can punch them into the presentation, and I'm expecting, I guess I don't know what to expect. I know that people aren't gonna go for a $400,000 increase, but we'll at least get their perspective on where they would suggest that we cut. And then we'll go from there. I'm getting tired of cut meetings, but it's a lot.
I was surprised when I went through like all the last of how many years the people actually voted for what they proposed in the budget, but they might have increased it $50,000. I
It's
mean.
like 21,000,
some years,
yep.
Some nothing. And then some was like 50,000, but I felt like every year it gets cut. No, that's really not the case. When they're down at what people consider reasonable.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb and, cause I know your feelings towards it, so we won't get into a debate. The attorney is gonna come tomorrow and talk a little bit about the whole recessing an annual meeting, what that means and the ins and outs and stuff. And I hope everybody has an open mind. I personally, I see value and benefit for the people in coming back in the fall because it allows us to adjust the budget down as we learn more throughout the year. Then we can adjust the budget down. So these numbers might be, we might find that we're operating less than this. I mean, just because the apples to oranges comparison. And that would give us an opportunity to come back and say, look, we really overestimated on this stuff. And here's what we can cut out, but there's a term in there that, Andy, you probably remember what it is, not more than or not to exceed. There's a not to exceed in recessing the meeting. And that's how you keep a board from coming in and inflating a levy behind the people's back.
So then it got
Oh.
cut.
Yeah.
Last year, you didn't even want to say, we will not go over 6%. You wanted to just, no, well, no, we do want some caps on it because you have to understand, and this is my thing, and I've seen them do it before, but yes, you want to know, if this is worst case scenario as a resident. You guys say we're gonna wait until September. And in September, you proposed a 30% increase and.
And
Why? It's a limit you can do.
we can't increase it.
No, there is, yes, you can if we recess.
Well, again,
If it's-
Mark, the attorney is gonna come and explain it all to us because again, I read through all the stuff again today about it. And it sometimes takes an attorney's interpretation of the law and what it says. And that's why I sent him an email. I said, just come prepared to explain it to everybody, including the board, so we fully understand it. And then people can ask questions of it and we'll get clarification. Because again, my interpretation probably isn't 100% right either.
Proposal in the fall.
Correct. That's my understanding of it. That's the not to exceed part of it.
People could then vote also,
Yep.
that this is a 15%. increase. If they're comfortable with the 10% increase, they could say, we will let you increase up to 10%. Everybody knows about 10%. I mean, people.
The people can vote and say, that they propose a levy not to exceed, let's say, $1.3 million. Okay, well, when we come back in probably August and have an open meeting, it's the town's meeting, not our meeting again. So the town would have the meeting. And that's where we can propose and say, look, we didn't spend what we thought. There are apples to oranges comparison was a little off, so we can cut here. And we can propose a decrease to the levy. This is my understanding of reading through the law for the second time. We can't turn around and go over the 1.3 that the people approved. It's not to exceed that amount. Yeah, so
Basically, tomorrow, hopefully they're not gonna, but you can have up to 3%, but you can recess if you want.
right.
Because maybe you'll decrease.
Yep.
Then you're.
Yep.
I tell you, the worst case is, here's a terrible thing about the August thing. If we do it in August, which is what it always used to be, and you guys, and they leave it go that you can do whatever. We're not gonna set a cap. We'll trust it. We'll come back in August and we'll deal with it then. And hardly anybody comes, and the meeting's stacked because we've already been told, Sam's bringing in people, Lisa's bringing in people.
Yep.
We already know people are coming in. And so then the levy goes up 20%. By doing it in August, it's too late for anybody to run against you guys. As
Sure.
Your terms are coming up in November.
Yep.
And so, but. it's
That's
August.
probably why that not to exceed, it's probably a safeguard for that reason. I'm not sure, but we'll find out.
It's kind of this, like, we can't say, well, if you go way against us, we won't vote you in, and
Yeah.
guess what? It's too late by that time. And yet that is the time they do it. I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
they were trying to.
Yep.
pull the wool
No,
over
I
people's
get that,
eyes,
yeah.
but
No, so like I said, we're all gonna learn at the same time from Mark tomorrow. He's coming prepared for it. He'll answer any questions that the board or the people have about it, and then we'll just be better informed and we can make a decision then. Like I said, I may not agree with it. I don't know. With what I've read, I think it makes sense because it's to the benefit of the townspeople, not to the board. You know, with the way I read it, it's all to benefit the townspeople. So, because you're saying you can spend the money up to this amount, but you can't go over it. And then we budget based on that throughout the year, but we can maybe find some ways to cut and bring the levy down. We don't want to pay any more for taxes than anybody else does. So, but we'll learn tomorrow.
It down to the 21, and you have the rest of the year to figure it out. So it's the same
Yep.
thing. It's like we said.
Yeah.
you could go up to this down box, and then it's-
And there may be times that we can't figure out a way of cutting it, but anyway, like I said, we'll learn more about it tomorrow all together at the same time. Sandy, thanks for coming and appreciate it. Thanks, it's a group effort. Is there anything else that you guys feel that we need to cover on this? Being that it's 9:45. Thank God. All right. Do you want this? Are you gonna send it to Billy? Or are you doing the numbers? Oh, you wrote them all down? Okay, wonderful. All right, then I guess we're at a point of where we can adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motions are made and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We're adjourned at 9:45.